Good morning, Mr. Frido. Can you hear my voice now?
Oh yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Because
Yes.
my
Yes,
laptop
Mr.
has a
Biswarno.
problem with the mic. Microphone is very bad for my laptop.
Is it okay now?
Okay, now I'm using two gadgets. Now I'm
Okay.
using my handphone and my laptop.
Yeah, that's really nice, I think.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh to my other colleges in PPG. Mrs.
Waalaikumsalam.
Endang, Mrs. Nur, Mr. Husaini, Mr. Pius, and the other.
Mr. Nur, not Mrs. Assalamualaikum, Mr. Kusaini.
Waalaikumsalam.
Mrs. Endang, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
And Mrs. Siska, there is Mrs. Siska too.
Oh yeah, Mrs. Siska.
Mr. Frido, you are in East Nusa Tenggara, ya?
Yes, that's right.
Oh.
I mean,
ND?
I'm in Flores, exactly, Manggarai.
Oh, Manggarai.
Have you ever heard the spider field?
Yeah,
spider
yeah,
field,
yeah.
yes. And Mr. Biswarno, where are you right now?
No, I'm in Jakarta.
Oh, Jakarta.
South Jakarta. Yeah,
oh,
South
Jakarta. Oh, nice.
Yeah, not so far from the not so far from the University of Muhammadiyah.
Oh, you're lucky. I think.
Yeah, lucky for me because after this class, I'm going to go to the university to give give in my blanco of bank.
Oh yes, the application, yeah.
Yes, right. That's right.
Yeah. Mine, I have just sent it this morning because I have to use something like um,
Google Form?
no. Google Form is already I have
Huh?
already done. I mean the
By the email?
paper, yes, the paper,
Oh,
yes, that they have asked. I have sent it by
yeah.
using GNA.
Yeah, that's right. Because
Yes.
the next Monday is the last day for us to send in.
Oh yeah, that's right. They had to process for the
Yeah,
money. Yeah,
that's right. That's right.
yeah,
Yeah, quite big money, I think, for
uh,
3 months
yeah,
lecturer.
yeah. Much money, I think, but it's okay. I think because we have something like have a uh, lesson for every day. I don't know, every day, starting from Monday until Friday, yeah?
Friday,
Every
that's
week,
right.
every week.
Every week.
Oh. So, in which school you have? I mean, you are teaching right now, junior,
Uh,
elementary, or senior?
senior,
Oh,
senior high
senior high
school.
school. Oh, yeah,
Yeah, public senior high school.
public senior high school. Oh, yeah,
Public senior high school.
yes,
And
that's
you are
right.
in private high school, yeah, Mr. Frido.
Yes, private high school. That's
Oh
right.
yeah, Mr. Frido. Is there a special needs student in your school?
No, for a while
No.
I don't have it.
I have two, Mr. Frido.
Oh, so
Yeah,
you have a big responsibility to teach them, yeah?
that's right.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
we must the teacher must be very patient to face and to take care of them.
yeah. I think I have never teach the student like that because I never heard I have never had that, you know.
Yeah, Mr. Frido. Yesterday, hopefully, we discussed about this problem
Yeah,
to teach the special needs student because uh, I think this is the government's fault, yeah, to take or to give in the special needs student to the public school because
yeah,
long time ago there were special schools for the special needs student.
yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
because
think so.
yeah, it is not so easy to teach the special needs student.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think it's hard. It's
that's
difficult.
right. That's right, Mr. Surido. The last year, this year, one of my special needs student graduated. Yeah,
Oh,
when I taught
nice.
him from the 10th grade until the 12th grade,
Wow.
uh, you know, he was not so clever or so potential for having the explanation from the teacher, Mr. Frido.
Oh, yeah.
We had to explain him until 15 times.
Oh my God.
15
Okay.
times.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay. So, do you find something like special experience when you teach them in a
Yeah.
moment, a special moment, something like that?
Yeah. Well, Mr.
Can you
Frido.
tell me? Yeah,
E-
for me, because when I have the special needs student,
uh,
I can practice like what you have done.
okay. Now
Yeah,
I'm going to share about
yeah.
this
Okay,
to
okay.
not only to you but all my friends here.
Yeah,
When he was in 10th grade, yeah, when I asked him about the numbers, Mr. Frido and the others,
yeah.
he understood and could memorize the number from 1 until 20. If I ask him, yeah, the number from 21 and upper, he couldn't. He
Oh,
couldn't. When I ask him, 31, berapa ya Pak? Nah, dia bilangnya gitu.
yeah.
And
Wow.
then I talked to my principal about him,
Yes.
and the principal suggested me to give him the material of 4th grade of elementary school, Mr. Frido, and the other.
Oh, wow.
And then
That's nice.
I gave him the material of English in fourth grade. Uh, he could only some vocabularies to remember, like book and then window, door. If I ask him about the cupboard and wardrobe, he couldn't understand and he couldn't memorize.
Yeah.
And then when
Oh,
he was in 11th grade, I gave
yes.
him the fifth grade of elementary school.
Wow.
And then when I touched him in 12th grade, I gave him the sixth grade. It's very difficult. It's very
Okay.
difficult. And luckily now I have one, yeah, the special needs student, and it is a girl.
Oh, yeah. Nice. Yeah. You know, I mean, that's a nice experience of you. Um, as long as I have been teaching here in my school, I have never what is that? I have never found something like that. But maybe later, okay. I think this program or this meeting for PPG dalam jabatan.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think this one is a nice experience. I'm enjoying it because I can hear uh, many experience from another place in
that's
Indonesia.
right.
You know, yeah,
Yeah,
that's right. I can I can you know that I have a book here. I'm writing down every kind of problems here, and I can make a reflection. I can make a reflection for myself. When a
that's
night
right.
is coming, I make a reflection, something like that. Oh my
Yeah,
God, our job, our profession as a teacher here is not easy. It's really hard. I think
that's right. That's right.
maybe during this time I just see for myself here. That's why I say that it's one really easy to be a teacher. It's really easy. But when I heard something like what we have talked yesterday. Oh my God, is
Yes.
I talk from my heart that I make a reflection to
Yep.
Mr. Sofian and to you all.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. It's yes, you know, it's hard and it's difficult.
Yeah. Of course.
Yes.
And now Mr. Frido. I have a friend from the other school. Yeah.
Yeah.
They have had a special needs student, and they if it's not a mistake, there were three autism students, Mr.
Oh,
Frido. It's
wow.
very
Wow,
difficult
wow, wow, wow.
situation.
I can't imagine. Oh my God.
This is
Yeah. Oh,
very
wow.
difficult. And
Yes.
Mr. Frido, the last one of my special needs student and the girl, now she is studying in 12th grade. Yeah, Mr. Frido, when she was in 10th grade, yeah, when
Yeah.
the teacher gave her the material, for example, homework or assignment, uh, she was helped by her younger sister.
Oh,
The sister at that time was in sixth grade of elementary school,
yeah.
but she was good at English. So all of the assignment, yeah, my students got from the teacher, done by her younger sister.
Wow. So, wow.
Yeah.
It's so difficult, I think.
So difficult. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
That what I said, it is the government's fault. That's right. To place the special needs student in public school,
Yeah,
because there a long time ago there were some of special school for the special needs student.
yeah.
Mr. Frido, there is a 66 senior high school. It is special school for the special needs student. It is public school. I heard from my friend, yeah, the teacher there. There are now 10 special needs student, Mr. Frido.
Well,
10. Wow. 10.
and
I
I think
we
to form them.
yeah, that's right.
Yes, I
We
myself.
got two is very
Yes.
difficult. It is 10. Wow.
yeah, that's to be a teacher like that, we have to control our emotional and
That's right. Of course,
yes,
you said that.
and we have to I mean, based on their characters and based on their needs, based
That's
on
right.
their I mean, I cannot imagine how to say that. Yeah,
You can feel it. You can feel it.
yeah, I know.
You know, Mr. Frido,
Yes.
the last student of special need, yeah, he graduated. He could only play futsal, soccer, and sometimes when he hang out with
Yeah.
the friends, uh, some of friends of him made him a joke.
Okay. Yeah. So that I'm writing every experience that you have. So this is the reflection for me because I'm responsible. I mean, I have this big responsible in my school, so I have to find out every characters of my students and ask the teachers here what are their needs, and maybe I don't know. Okay, maybe here because I do not enter the classroom. And the teacher seems like here I can tell you, okay, honestly, I say the teacher here, my teachers here, when I'm not asking them to find me and to consultate every kind of problems here, they will not come. They will not come. Okay, they will not come by by herself or himself. I can say this one is something like poor of what is that, kesadaran lagi gitu ya, kesadaran from their self.
The awareness.
Yeah, yes, yeah, it's something like it. Jadi kalau misalkan tidak ada masalah, tunggu saya panggil dulu guru-gurunya. So even their what is lesson plan or something like that, they do not bring it to me to for me to check out what is a problem in the classroom, and so on. And there are still some teachers of mine. Maybe I have the students that has a special needed in my school, but I never know because the teacher never told me about that. So I think it's fine in my school. So this is one of my reflections. So I have to share it for my teachers and ask every kind of students, the characters of them. It's not only we go to the classroom, give a material, say hello, and so on. I think it's not enough for us to teach them. Yeah. So it's nice. Thank you, Mr. Warner, for aware me. I think yes.
And Mr. Frido, how about the new enrollment of the student this 2 years ago? Because in Jakarta for PPDB, the enrollment is about the age. Jadi waktu tahun 2020 itu PPDB-nya yang diutamakan umur.
Yes.
And it was a big problem, not only for my school but also the school in Jakarta, from elementary school until senior high school.
Okay. Oh, it's nice.
Yeah. Now we got a big problem for the laziness student.
Wow, we have the same problems here.
Assalamualaikum Bapak Ibu.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam.
Morning, Mrs. Rusmi.
Yeah, good morning all.
Morning, ma'am.
Morning, Bu Maya. How are you?
I'm fine.
Fine. I think we are fine.
Very well.
Okay, thank you. Yang masih di jalan, Bu Mailia masih perjalanan kemana itu? Where you have gone, Miss Mailia?
Ke sekolah.
Oh, you will go to your school. I go to school on 5 o'clock. I left from my home on 5 o'clock in the morning. Because Jakarta is very traffic jam, so I must left home on 5 o'clock after prayer subuh. I must left home. In that, I will be got a traffic jam. Then
Assalamualaikum. Good morning, Ibu Rusmi. Good morning, everyone.
Ya, morning Pak semuanya.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Pak Febri. Pak Fridolinus.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Miss Rusmi.
Halo.
Yeah, I can hear. Yes, Miss Rusmi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam Pak Linus. Pak Linus from NTP ya?
I'm from NTT, exactly in Manggarai. Flores, Manggarai, NTT.
NTT?
Yes, Miss.
Oh, Flores, NTT.
Yeah.
That is different from maybe about
Mrs. Rusmi, where do you live, Mrs. Rusmi?
no. I will ask about your school. What about your experience at your school? Maybe about when we discussing yesterday about many solutions about teach at your school, because when I teach at my school at Biak Nunpur, yeah, I teach at Biak Nunpur at 1994, yeah, 1994 I
Biak Nunpur.
Biak Nunpur Papua.
Oh, Biak
Nunpur Papua, yeah, on Biak Nunpur. I teach them so very interested because they want to know about something, and they very like about, for example, what it mean about Japanese people. Ya, waktu itu masih 1994 masih sangat ini ya Bapak Ibu ya. Not like now. There are about Max, another people, maybe another Japanese. We are from another Indonesia ya. Province, another province, and then when I teach, I still young, so there are about many problem about me, and then when I get married on 1995, I got married on 1995, so my children was born at Biak, my son and my daughter, ya. Jadi orang mengatakan, Bu, nanti anaknya akan Biak itu singkatan dari bila ingat akan kembali. Nah, sekarang sedang mengejar tes PNS. Ya?
Risma mau kembali nih Bu, ntar ke Biak.
Anak saya katanya mau ngejar PNS-nya di sana, Pak, sedang tes-tes gitu. Kemarin itu memilih di sana. Dia sih sebenarnya putra daerah, tapi kan orang Jawa lahir di sana ya. Putra Jawa lahir di sana, jadi dua anak saya lahir di sana. Was born at Biak Nunpur, and then I moved Jakarta on 2000 ya.
But your husband is Japanese too?
Yeah, Japanese.
Japanese.
Because
Not Biak people.
No, not Biak people. Because he is an Air Force.
Oh,
so,
an Air Force.
Yes.
An Air Force. Oh. My brother is too an Air Force. Yeah.
When I go to school, I always meet him because I pass their dormitory. So he always follow me go to school, and after that ya biasa ya PDKT.
Yeah.
PDKT. Akhirnya I married with another my friend. Married with policeman, another my friend. Hampir semuanya Bapak Ibu ya. Waktu itu ada 20 orang ya. Ada 20 orang itu hampir semuanya menikah dengan policeman, kemudian angkatan darat, dan saya sendiri yang angkatan udara. Di Biak mana? Biak ya, di Biak. Dinasnya di Biak, tapi sekarang kan pindah ke Jakarta. Di Halim ya.
Oh, di Halim.
Ya. Tapi
namanya siapa?
udah pensiun Pak sekarang.
Oh, udah pensiun.
Ya,
Karena kakak saya
retirement.
Karena
Ya.
kakak saya juga sekarang
He has retirement, Mr. Soekarjo.
Jadi Bu Rusmi sekarang udah tinggal dengan suami. Udah
Iya. With
tinggal
my
bareng.
husband.
With
Bareng.
husband.
Ya. Cukup susah juga Bu, waktu pindah juga biasa lah, waktu pindah itu selalu tidak boleh ya kita kan, karena SK saya itu di Bromsi, Pulau Bromsi itu 1 hari 1 malam dari Pulau Biak, dari Kota Biak itu 1 hari 1 malam, namanya Pulau Bromsi. Bapak Ibu bisa browsing itu di Bromsi. Ya naik kapal ini, go to this Bromsi by boat. Ya kapal 2 PK itu ya, kapal nelayan, kapal kayu. Lumayan.
1 hari 1 malam Bu.
Ya. When the headmaster pick me, I make about a reason. Some reason. I have stomach ache, I have headache. Menolak untuk ke sana ya. Ma'am, I has buy about mattress. I has buy about stuff. Let's go to the school. But I always have a reason because I'm afraid upon this place. Sehingga saya diberikan nota tugas itu di kota ya, di SMP Negeri 3 Biak Non 4 itu saya di sana 3 tahun, terus saya I move at SMPN Negeri 1 Biak ya, saya kembali lagi ke situ.
Apa tadi Biak itu Bu? Biak atau apa tadi?
Bila ingat akan kembali.
Bila ingat
akan kembali.
Cie. Kalau nggak ingat, you never come back again.
Ya, never come back. Ya, itu hanya istilah Bapak Ibu. Jadi memang Bapak Ibu kalau untuk daerah saya sangat paham sekali ya Bapak Ibu. Saya sangat paham. I just maybe from 7 not until 1 years. According to me, I remind about Eggman. I'm at Bromsi. Ya, Eggman, I go to Bromsi, yang sekolah saya Bapak Ibu ya, SMP Negeri 3 Bromsi. Itu saya sekitar 8 bulan, itu pun kalau tanggal 25 saya sudah ke kota. Alasannya ambil gaji. Alasannya ngambil kembalinya lagi nanti tanggal 10. Jangan ditiru Bapak Ibu, jangan ditiru karena waktu itu masih waktu itu sih masih mungkin diperbolehkan karena memang situasinya berbeda ya Bu dengan sekarang, because of accommodation ya Bapak Ibu. Kadang-kadang tidak ada kapal Bapak Ibu, daerah no boat ya kan, terbatas ya Bapak Ibu ya. Ada juga maybe there are no boat but another gasoline ya, karena kan pada tahun-tahun tersebut agak sedikit dan there are difficult about gasoline ya Bapak Ibu ya. Itu gasolinnya sangat susah, sehingga kapal pun tidak bisa setiap minggu ke sana gitu. Walaupun ada jadwalnya itu 1 minggu sekali gitu. Sekolahnya bagus Bapak Ibu walaupun di kampung ya. There are a good school, 5 teacher, me with headmaster ya, headmaster. Student about there are about 80 student, 80 siswa. Ya, waktu saya itu 80 siswa. 80 student, terus how about their situation in this environment? I think that is a peace ya, very peace. But I'm still afraid. I'm still afraid. Padahal itu tidak perlu. Sebenarnya kami as a teacher, there are about very safe of hours ya. Masyarakatnya sangat peduli dengan guru Bapak Ibu, sangat menghargai guru gitu.
And the cost of living is very high ya Mrs. Surmi.
Ya betul Pak. Lunch itu dikirim Bapak Ibu. They send lunch like
from the society.
Ya Bu, halo.
From the society, masyarakat sekitar.
Ya, from the society will give me kalau nasi tidak ya Bapak Ibu, not rice. There are like papeda and then cassava.
Sagu ya.
Ya, sagu. Papeda Pak, bukan kalau beda ya, hampir sama. Kalau lem kan agak padat. Kalau Maluku. Saya masuknya bukan Maluku, yaitu Papua ya, Papua Barat.
Di kepala burungnya ya Bu?
Ya, enggak, kepala burung Sorong. Kami di Biak, Biak. Kalau kepala burung itu Sorong.
Manokwari Bu ya kalau pola burungnya ya.
Sorong belum, bukan Pak. Sorong terus ke arah Manokwari. Terus, kalau biak ke Manokwari itu masih 1 malam Pak dengan kapal besar, dengan kapal yang ini ya. Dulu sih Dobon Solo waktu saya tuh apa ya nama kapalnya ya. Saya jarang naik ya. Kalau saya pulang kampung ke Jawa biasanya pakai Hercules, jadi tidak hafal ini, tidak hafal kapal gitu ya. Nyari yang free. I find about a free. If we buy a ticket of Garuda, there are about 10 million. Ya. Dulu 10 jutaan Bapak Ibu. Ya. For salary itu tidak ada kelebihan Bapak Ibu. Salary-nya waktu itu, you will to know how many salary I got. 8,900. 8,900 CPNS tahun 1993. Kalau nggak percaya ada di SK saya.
89,000.
Ya, 89,000.
Before monetary crisis.
9,000.
It's a big price, I think.
Ya. Tapi dapat tunjangan kemahalan itu 75% dari 89.000 itu. Jadi saya take home pay 250 Bapak Ibu.
Wow.
250.000. Ya, itu tapi besar Bapak Ibu. It's, masih sempat ke mall ya. Waktu itu baru Johan. Masih bisa jalan-jalan ke mall gitu.
Oh, if you compare with now situation, langit dan bumi.
Iya, iya betul.
Pak Sofian sudah hadir, Bu.
Oh iya, monggo. Maaf. Ya silakan. Lagi Pak Sofian, assalamualaikum. Ice breaking ya Pak.
Halo, Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, Pak.
Hello, Bu Rusmi. I've been listening to your story. Yeah, I already know your story from Mr. Rico. Yeah, do you know Mr. Rico? The handsome one? Iya.
Oh iya. Mr. Rico juga pernah di Biak itu waktu itu.
Mr. Rico.
Iya.
Pernah di Biak, ya. This is Mr. Rico. This is your.
Hello,
ma'am. How are you?
Fine. Aduh, Mr. Rico, why you don't want at 37?
He said you are his senior. Ya.
Yeah.
In 37 ya. Oke,
Rico move at
86, ya.
Di sini kurang, Pak.
Ya.
Balik apa, Pak?
Nggak bisa, Bu. Udah dipatenin. Sudah.
Would you come back to your school?
No. Sudah betah katanya di sini, Bu.
No.
Oke, tugas for the job today. Mr. Efrit, you will be doing the ice breaking.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Mr. Novrizal, you will be in charge of leading the student to pray.
Yes.
Ready, sir?
Ready, sir.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pai Febri.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you are in charge in
Salam.
to lead your friend to Salam PPG. Okay, are you ready, sir?
Ready, sir.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's wait for Mr. Sofian. I'm sorry, Ms. Rusmi. Is Mr. Topan will be joining us here?
Yes, but he still close his video.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Rangga,
Yes.
for today's session here, it will be the one leading.
Okay.
Next session is Allah. It will be with me. Yeah.
Okay.
I meet 1 or 2 hours with Ms. Rusmi, and then after that one, you're going to be with me. And then I already texted Miss Rusmi. I hope she's gonna write it. She's gonna reply my text, yeah, because I already put the chat to start the meeting at 7:45. Miss Rusmi,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Miss Rusmi. Bu Rusmi,
Halo,
tadi
ya Pak.
saya sudah chat Ibu dari 7.30-an kalau tidak salah di Zoom meetingnya. Silakan dipandu dulu ya Bu. Dipandu dulu, nanti yang pertama nanti Mr. Rangga akan membuka kelas, kemudian bacaan doa, ada salam PPG dan ada ice breaking. Setelah itu mohon dipandu dulu ya Bu Rusmi. Halo Bu. Oke, come on Mr. Rangga.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Waalaikumsalam. Good morning, sir.
Okay, what a lovely day. Nice to see your bright face here again. Okay, before we start our lesson, let's pray together. I will ask for Mr. Nofrizal to lead us to pray. Okay, thank you. Please, Mr. Nofrizal.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Rangga. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Our respectful lecturer, Bapak Sofian, Hadi, and also Ibu Rusmi, and then our class captain, Bapak Rangga, and all of our dearest friend today, PPG Daljab, Universitas Muhammadiyah Jakarta tahun 2022. Let us to pray together before we start our training today, and allow me to lead the pray in bahasa. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin, wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi washabihi ajmain. Allahumma shalli ala sayidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayidina Muhammad. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahul qawli. Amma ba'd. Ya Allah, ya Rahman, ya Rahim, dengan mengucap puji syukur kehadirat Engkau, segala rahmat yang Kau telah berikan kepada kami, sehingga pada hari ini kami dapat berkumpul dalam rangka mengikuti training PPG Daljab Universitas Muhammadiyah Jakarta tahun 2022. Untuk itu, dengan segala kerendahan hati, jadikanlah acara kami sebagai acara yang Engkau ridhoi, yang penuh dengan barokah, penuh dengan rahmat, taufik dan hidayah. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami, izinkan kami memohon pada pagi hari ini, jadikanlah kegiatan ini sebagai kegiatan penyegar, pembangkit, penggugah semangat kami dalam meningkatkan kualitas ilmu kami, sehingga kami bisa menjadi guru yang profesional, yang proporsional, dengan baik dan tekun, sebagai tanda bukti kerja ikhlas kami. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami, peliharalah keluarga kami, bapak dan ibu kami, anak-anak kami, cucu-cucu kami, sanak saudara famili kami. Berikanlah mereka kesehatan, berikanlah mereka keberkahan, kelapangan rezeki. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami, kabulkanlah permintaan kami ini. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Salamun alal mursalin wa alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Mr. Rangga, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. You're welcome, Mr. Rangga.
Let's move on to the salam. Salam PPG 2022. This time will be led by Mr. 5 February. 5 February.
Thank you, sir. Hello everyone.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Hello, sir.
Now we are going to greeting salam PPG Indonesia. On count three, we should together. 1, 2, 3. Salam PPG Indonesia.
Sanyo.
Salam. Salam. Sapa.
Semangat.
Semangat.
Sukses.
Juga. Amin.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. 5 Okay, now it is time to have an ice breaking. Yes, according to the schedule, this is time for Mr. Efrit. Mr. Efrit to shine. Mr. Efrit, are you ready, Mr. Efrit, to give us ice breaking?
Yeah, I'm ready, sir.
Okay, please.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. I'm sorry, Mr. Efrit.
Good morning, everyone.
I have to interrupt you, Mr. Efrit.
Yeah.
Mr. Bismawarno, is there something wrong with your microphone, sir?
I have joined with 2 gadgets, Mr. Rangga.
So your voice, you know.
Yeah, the first I take my mobile phone for the microphone and my laptop for the video.
Ada bocor gitu, apa namanya? Not feedback, but distorsi ya.
Oke.
Iya, berdengung sekali, sakit. Dengar. Satu aja.
Oke, thank you.
Suaranya mendengung, Pak. Salah satu dikecilkan dulu volumenya. Volumenya kecilkan dulu.
Mungkin salah satu bisa dimatikan dulu, Pak. Device-nya, perangkatnya.
Masih ini mungkin salah satu ada yang punya device winner.
Ke yang lain bocor soalnya apa? Jadi wong gitu.
Ya gimana ya? Di antara teman kan.
Yang satunya Pak, yang ini yang ungu ini nih, yang B ini. Mikrofon itu yang bikin itu.
Yang ada gambar yang ungu udah saya.
Gua device-nya agak menjauh dari laptop kali barangkali.
Okay. Is it clear now?
No, it's still the sound.
I mute the sound from the laptop.
The problem is with your other device yang tidak ada videonya, yang apa namanya, doesn't have video.
Can I suggest something, Mr. Warno? If we use 2 device here, I mean the sound will be like this. I always make this, so you have to turn off the one of your device. I think it will be clear after that.
Yeah, I think now it's better.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, please continue.
Okay, thank you. So go back to the ice breaking here. So in this ice breaking, I have made last night for 2 items here for students. I have 2 items, but we will make it quick. I will share the screen for the first. This is I will share a picture for you all. Maybe this game is you have always made it by using your phone or your gadget, another gadget here. So this is the same, but for me it's interesting. I hope this game also is interesting for you all in this class. So I take a permission from you all. I will share screen for this. Okay, can you say something there?
Yes.
Oh yes,
Okay.
sir.
Yeah. Is it clear? I mean the picture.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay,
Good.
good. Yeah. So honestly, I take it from the internet, but I mean, from the internet, it's like this. There is no answer for us. But here we are asked, okay, to choose. I mean, these are two pictures with the same pictures, but there is a different things. And for the title here, I mean, the instruction here, can you spot the 10 differences? But I have found 9. Okay, I have found 9. But let me I mean, ask you to choose and explain, okay, by using your own self words, where is the difference between these two I mean, 2 pictures, okay? 2 pictures, yes. So if you find one, it means 2, you have to explain it. At least, maybe it's not until 10 because the time is limited for us. Maybe 5 or 6, yeah? You have to find and you have to tell me, okay? Because I have found it, and let me know it, okay? I hope this is interesting for you all. So who will be the first? Raise your hand, please. Okay. So Mr. Ranga, please. Is the first. Turn your mic on, please. I cannot hear.
Okay, sorry. The sparrow, yeah. The first picture, the upper picture, is wearing a red scarf. The bottom one's wearing a green scarf.
Okay, that's right. So 1 point for you.
Okay.
Okay. So every person who can answer get the 1 point. Okay.
Me?
Mr. Ranga.
May I answer?
May I?
Yes. Okay, Miss Nur Masliha. Okay. Your turn right now.
Maybe you can look at the mountain at the right corner.
Yeah, okay, that's right.
At the above, the color is purple.
Yeah.
But at the below, the color is yellow.
Yeah, that's right. 1 point for you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, that's right. It's easy. Yeah. Okay. Next, Miss Sally Hernawati. Okay. Yeah.
The fish on the picture, above picture, is yellow. I mean orange, and the fish, the picture below, is something like purple. Yes.
Okay, that's right. That's another answer. Okay, that's easy. Okay, next, Miss Ila. Yes, Miss Ila.
Okay, let's take a look at the birds. The yellow bird, the upper one has a black hair, but the bottom one has no.
Yeah, that's small
hair,
one.
right?
Teliti sekali. Okay, that's right.
Nisa.
Okay. Next, Mr. Bisowarno.
Hello.
Okay, Mr. Bisowarno, can you hear my voice? So I have 1, 2, 3, 4 answers for this picture.
Clear.
Who is talking?
My
Who is
voice.
talking? Who is talking?
Hello.
Hello.
This is Mrs. Maria. Hello.
Okay, Miss Feby right now. Miss Feby. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Now it's Miss Feby.
Yes.
Okay. For another I mean friends, we still have some games here. I have printed out, and maybe next time I will give you a turn. Okay. So Miss Feby.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So at the bottom left corner, I don't know, like in front of the bird.
Yeah.
The bird is barbecuing or something with the red thing. So I could see kind of smoke or white, very little white color.
Little white color for
It's
what?
smoke,
What is the object? What is the object?
I don't know. Is that smoke or what?
Hello.
I guess the bird is actually barbecuing with the red thing.
Barbecuing? Oh, barbecuing.
That's what I see. The picture below.
Yeah.
We can see the smoke, like two whitey things, right? I guess the smoke is taller than the above, the picture above.
Oh, yeah. It's something like a flame. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the smoke, right? Yeah.
Okay, that's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Okay, you have got 1 point for me. Okay.
Hello,
Next,
sister.
1, 2, 3,
Hello.
4, 5.
Good morning, sir.
Is
it clear with my voice?
Okay.
Hello.
Who said?
Me, sir.
Who's talking?
Mrs. Maria.
Okay, Mrs. Maria, right now, please.
Okay. Take a look. Picture. The object is fish.
Okay.
Yes.
I think the object of fish is already done.
There is a difference in color.
Sorry, Miss Maria.
Okay, can I answer, sir?
Sorry, Miss Maria. The fish, the object of fish. Okay, we have already answered.
Can I answer it, sir?
Okay. Now, Miss.
Hello? Can I
Mr.
answer?
Kusaini. Okay, Mr. Kusaini.
Sorry.
Mr. Kusaini.
Yeah. We can see at the first picture there is a cloud on the birds. The left tree.
Yeah. I see. Okay.
At the second picture, there is no cloud over there.
Okay.
White cloud, yeah.
Okay, that's right. 1 point for you. Okay, one last. Okay, one last object. Okay, Miss.
Me, sir.
Miss
Is it
Rosnawati.
clear with my voice?
Okay, Miss Rosnawati. Okay, Mrs.
Okay, sir.
Okay, Rosnawati.
Thank you for the time for me.
Okay.
And according to the picture, I see that it's different from maybe the fish, and I think the second picture is the big fish, and the first picture it's a small, maybe like that.
Okay, Mrs. Rosnawati.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I'm sorry to say this. You don't get the point. Okay, I think the small is the same. I mean, the size is the same. They are the same, but the color
is different.
Okay, that's the object. Yeah, I'm sorry to say
I'm
that, but it's
sorry,
okay.
sir.
Okay, but it's okay. I like it. Yeah.
Confused with my joy because I think there is not clear with my voice.
Okay, yeah.
Miss Rona want to answer.
Okay. Okay, we look for the first picture. For the bluebird, the first picture, the bluebird wearing a red tie. Yeah, and the second picture wearing a green tie. Is it true?
Red and green tape. It has already been answered by another student. I'm sorry to say this. Okay. Next. Is that?
Sir. Hello, sir.
Miss Nettie. Miss Nettie. Okay, Miss Nettie Isabella.
Take a look for the eagle's wing. At the upper picture.
What is the object? What is the object?
Eagle's wing.
Okay, eagle's wing. Okay, that's right.
At the upper picture, there are right eagle's wing. At the upper picture, there are six.
Okay.
And at the lower picture, only 5.
Yeah, that's right. Really good. Teliti juga orang. Okay. 1 point for you. Okay. one thing, if you guys can answer this question, it's really small. Okay, one last thing. Okay, one more. You have got 2 points if you can answer this one.
Can I answer, sir?
Butterfly.
Is that?
Color of butterfly. How about me? This one.
Okay, just say the object for me. Just say the object.
Butterfly.
No, it's not true.
Not butterfly.
No.
It
It's not
seems
true.
like box.
The birds.
Box.
No, it's not true.
Little bird.
That's it. The birds, maybe.
No.
Tree trunk. Tree trunk.
No.
Tree trunk.
Okay, let me answer this one.
Can I answer, sir?
Okay, what is that?
Trunk. Clothes.
Can I answer, sir?
Yeah, Mr. Kusaini, what is that?
Okay, we see that the eagle.
No. Okay, let me answer.
Can I answer, sir?
No. The object is wrong. Okay, it's not true. Okay. The object is in a mouse.
Animals.
Mouse.
Yeah, I know.
In a mouse. Okay. Mouse with the flag. Yeah. Another one, itu benderanya, flagnya itu I surrender, and another one is I give up.
I just want to answer.
You can see it clearly. It's so small.
You cannot see the word. Yeah, you cannot see the word.
Kesehatan mata.
It's too small, sir.
You are cheating, sir.
Okay.
It's a trap, I think.
And another one is
why don't we see the wings?
Oke, wings itu kan kelihatan jelas, tapi di situ butuh kejelian mata. Berarti mata kita sudah semakin tua ya, Bapak.
I cannot zoom the display.
One thing for the bird, sir. One thing for the bird, sir. Let me answer.
What about the wing?
We don't
I didn't spot it.
On the mouse.
I spot on the wing. The time is up for this part. Okay.
What about the answer?
Help me, please. The chief, help me, please. Okay.
Mr. Widows wants to answer.
Next part. Okay, next part right now. Next part. Okay, we still have next part. Okay, at least I have 9. Okay, where am I here? Wait a minute. Okay, so I have some tricky riddles that will stretch your brain in this morning. Okay, so. For the part 1, I say thanks for Mr. Rangga, Miss Nur, Miss Sally, Miss Ila, Miss Feby, Mr. Kusaini, and Miss Neti who answer correctly. Thank you for it. Teliti. Okay. Berarti you are okay. You are Miss Sally. Okay. You are a good teacher. Teliti orangnya ya. Okay. Yeah, that's right. Okay. So next, I have nine tricky riddles. Okay, that will stretch your brain in this morning. Do I have still have the time, Miss?
Carry on, sir. Carry on.
Okay. Yes. So I have some questions here. Okay, some questions here. Maybe it's not 9, but some. Okay, there are some. So you have to answer. Okay, answer my questions. Teka-teki gitu ya. Like teka-teki yang sedikit sulit ya.
Puzzle.
Yeah, bukan puzzle, but it's we can say tricky riddles.
Like a reader. Yeah?
Real.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Enigma.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. So here it is. Number 1, you can answer this one. Got 2 points. I will write down the name. Question number 1. Which tire doesn't move when a car turns left or right?
Car doesn't move.
Okay. Do I speak too fast? Let me make it slow.
Yes. Could you please?
Which tire doesn't move when a car turns left or right?
And left.
All right.
You know tire?
Yes.
Ban mobil.
Yes, that's right. Which tire doesn't move when a car turns left or right? Okay, I just read the question 2 or 3 times. Okay, and I give you 1 minute to think about the answer.
Doesn't move.
Back up tire, sir.
Back up fire. Okay, Miss Neti, back up fire. Kurang tepat. Another, please. Miss Sally. Come on, Miss Sally.
I just think first.
Okay. King. Dede Hermawan. Mr. Dede Hermawan. I'm sorry. What is that? You raise your hand up.
No, I'm not.
Mr. Biswarno.
Sir, may I, sir?
Who is that? Who is talking?
Indri, sir.
Okay, Miss Indri.
Spare sire.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, you get 2 points. Okay.
Right, ban cadangan.
Here it is.
Doesn't move.
Wait a minute. I will lose my background here. Tunggu ya, Bapak Ibu ya. I will lose my background. I saw you the answer. Oke, jadi ini jawabannya ya Bapak Ibu ya. Bisa lihat ya. Spare tire. Yang ban cadangan itu kan tidak belok dia kalau jalan mobilnya. Oke. Ya, oke. Thank you, Miss Indri. You get the point. Okay. Yeah, next. I'm not alive, but I have 5 fingers. What am I?
I
am not alive, but I have 5 fingers. What am I? 1 minute for every student to answer this.
Can you repeat it?
Okay, once again, I'm not alive, but I have 5 fingers. What am I?
May I answer the questions?
Yeah, who's talking?
I am fly.
May I answer the question?
Okay, Miss Nurmasliha.
I think it's a glove.
Yeah.
Okay, that's right.
5
That's the answer.
fingers, but I'm not alive.
Yeah, 5 fingers, but not alive. Can you see?
Blue.
Sir?
Yeah.
Blue.
Good, Mr. Miss Noor.
Yes.
Okay, next question.
I'm not alive.
Which word is written incorrectly in a dictionary? Which word is written incorrectly in a dictionary? Miss Rusmi, you can answer also.
What is that?
Ada suara-suara gangguan begitu ya, sorry.
Oh, I know. May I?
We give another chance. Okay, another student to answer this one. Okay, because you have twice.
Nanti
Yes.
hadiahnya untuk Miss Nur semua.
Nanti hadiahnya pulsa Bapak Ibu.
Bener ya?
Ya, serius.
Oh,
10.000 ya Bapak Ibu ya. Nanti dikirimin pulsa 10 atau 15. Kumpul poin nih. Ayo. Come on.
May I answer this question?
Miss Resti. Okay.
Yeah, incorrectly.
Yes, that's right. Miss Resti. Oke. Jadi yang ditulis incorrectly itu di dictionary ya, incorrectly. Oke, there is no one. Bagian besar kan ditulis semua ya, benar semua. Oke, next. People buy me to eat, but never eat me. What am I?
Repeat it again.
Okay. People buy me to eat, but never eat me. What am I? Okay, once again. People buy me to eat, but never eat me. What am I?
Mr. Nofrizal.
Oh my God.
May I?
Busy.
May I answer it, sir?
Who is that? Mr. Rangga? Who is that?
Hey, Mr. Frido.
Okay, who is talking? Just raise your hand up, please.
Nofrizal.
Okay, Mr. Nofrizal. Okay, please.
Yeah, I tried to answer it. Spoon. Is it correct?
Yes, that's right. Spoon or a plate.
Also plates.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Also plate.
No Rizal.
No Rizal, yeah. No Rizal. Okay, 2 point for you. Okay, next. Which hand is best for stirring sugar into a cup of tea?
Which hand?
Yeah, which hand is best for stirring sugar into a cup of tea?
My eye?
Okay, Miss Resti.
A spoon, maybe?
You have to explain us the good way to answer it.
Mr. Prisona using spoon, maybe.
Okay, it's better to use a spoon because we cannot use our hand. Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, Miss Resti. Yeah, okay, that's right. 2 points for you. Okay, next. Let me make it quick. Okay, it's quite long, so listen it carefully. I exist only when there is light, but direct light kills me. What am I? Again, I exist only when there is light, but direct light kills me. What am I?
Me.
Yeah, who is that? Who's talking?
Is that?
Miss Ira. Okay.
It is a shadow, sir.
Okay, shadow. Thank you.
Yay.
Wah, pintar-pintar semua. Okay.
Is that it, sir?
Okay.
Bapak makin banyak.
Okay, next.
Iya, bisa.
The last. Okay, the last. This is the last. What can be? Sorry. No, not this one. Tunggu Bapak Ibu, saya gimana tadi ini?
Bonus aja Pak yang terakhir untuk semua.
Jangan Ibu, jangan bonus. Soalnya saya sudah print out semua.
Biar semua dapat pulsa.
Wah, hilang.
Bapak Ibu kok mendengung ya, mendengungnya
semakin kuat Bu.
Iya, semakin kuat
mendengungnya. I'm not sure.
That is trouble to our ears. Siapa ya Pak? Ya Pak Birowo ya?
Banyak telinganya nggak kuat ini Bu Rusmi.
Ya Pak Bisowarno.
Tunggu Bapak Ibu ya, saya coba lihat di filenya dulu. Tunggu sedikit.
Tebak-tebakan aja Pak.
Mr. Linus, if you got about 4 year student, that is very long. They will go outside.
Ini penting sih.
Iya kan Bu Nur Haida ya.
Oke, this one. Okay. I'm fine. Ini penting. Ini penting.
Okay, we will wait.
For me, okay. It only increases but never decreases. It only decreases but never decreases.
Telur Pak.
Yes, what is it?
Age.
Our age.
Yes, our age. Kita akan semakin tua Bapak Ibu ya. Dan semakin bertambah. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. M.Pd.
Thank you so much, sir.
Nice ice breaking, ya.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir, for your ice breaking. Now it is time to move on to our lesson. I will let the Honorable Mr. Rusmi to continue. Please, ma'am.
Okay, thank you Pak Rangga, Pak Frido ya, Pak Frido Linus. That is so very extraordinary. Yeah, thank you, sir. Very interesting icebreaker.
Welcome,
I
Miss.
think, yeah. Yeah. But according to me, that it's so difficult on the first game. Tapi kalau
ini ketelitian mata Ibu.
Ya, betul.
Ya, tapi Frido jangan lupa pulsanya ya, kami tunggu.
Betul, ya.
Bagi yang benar jawab.
I think we will about because this game is very interesting. So the students are very enthusiastic in answering. Yeah, because of you are or as a teacher, maybe. How about your class, ma'am or sir? Like my class now, because this is about nearly break in my class, so that is very noisy. Ya, nanti saya akan ganti ruangan ya Bapak Ibu ya, just a moment.
Yes, ma'am.
But after that I will ask about from Mr. Fridolinus is very interesting as speaker. I think the students are very enthusiastic, yeah, in answer. And then from this, Bapak Ibu, you can use this game like this for our student, but I think don't take too long. Yeah, don't take too long, because when a student are worried, maybe they tired or sleepy. Yeah, so many students have permission to go to toilet. That is about warning to teach of hours. Ya Bapak Ibu ya, sudah sangat tanda pertanya besar itu harus kita berikan warning. Why she always, ma'am, I go to toilet, ma'am, I go to toilet. Nah, kita stop saja ya Bapak Ibu ya. We stop to teach, we stop to explanation about this material, so we keep our student about ice breaking. Maybe my body songs or another games to make they are not worried, because if students are worried or tired, sleepy, we don't have get anything like Pak siapa kemarin ya, Suhaini ya, they say about my student nothing do anything in the class. Padahal sebenarnya we have many trick ya Bapak Ibu ya untuk menyiasati kelas kita. Gitu. Bapak Ibu, I will have about I think about 2 minutes ya. Sorry, I will have 1 minute until 2 minutes because I won't move ya, or I will move to another class. And then after that I will continue. Pak Rangga, just a moment ya Pak Rangga and all the teacher.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm so sorry.
Okay. Miss Ila, you will be next at this breaking tomorrow, yes?
Oh my God. Yes, I'll try. Thank you.
Alhamdulillah.
Mr. Efrit, can you give us a riddle while waiting for Miss Rusmi? Again, until she
It's
come back.
a different situation right now. Mungkin beda situasinya sudah. Semuanya
Just for
kembali ke
fun.
fokus ya, back to our
Back to focus,
choosing
ya.
right now.
Ya baik Bapak Ibu, I'm
Okay.
so sorry about this
okay.
because I
Continue,
has moved this class. Bapak Ibu, is it very noisy?
A little bit.
Not really, Mrs. Me.
It's better than before.
Okay, thank you. Bapak Ibu, I'm so sorry. This is my big problem because today I must 8 hours in my class. No teacher will involve of my
I'm sorry to say this. Can anyone hear something from Miss
No,
Rusmi?
not at all.
Me too.
Maybe it's not lost.
Halo, Assalamualaikum Bapak Ibu.
Waalaikumsalam. Are your connection lost, ma'am?
Halo.
Waalaikumsalam, Miss Rusmi.
Is it hearing? Terdengar Bapak Ibu?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Halo.
But sometimes it lost.
I has opened my unmute. Wait a minute, Bapak Ibu. I will change about my data. This is unstable connection ya Bapak Ibu ya.
Sepertinya Ibu.
Oke. Ya Bapak Ibu, halo. Bu Sally.
Ya, halo.
Ya, halo. Ya. Bapak Ibu terdengar jelas?
Jelas Ibu.
Ya.
Ya.
I can hear you.
Ya, oke. Bapak Ibu, according to this material yesterday ya, hari ini we will say about I think we will about identification of problem related to innovative learning ya Bapak Ibu ya. Halo Bapak Ibu.
Ya. Yes,
yeah. According to this our material, today we will discuss identification of problems related to innovative learning models because that is very important. Bapak Ibu, on this occasion, we will discuss about topic ya. One topic related to learning preparation, namely I think that is about problem identification, yeah, or problem identification of innovative learning models, ya. Is it? Am I right, Bapak Ibu?
Yes.
Tentang strategi pembelajarannya, Bapak Ibu ya.
Yes.
Identifikasi masalah terkait dengan model pembelajaran yang inovatif ya, Bapak Ibu. Karena saya rasa ini adalah that is very important to us. So we will make this classroom is so comfortable to our in teaching and especially to our student. Ya, Bapak Ibu ya. Okay, I think about this learning problem is the basis for designing, yeah, designing learning, especially for problem-based learning. And I will take about from in Indonesian Ministry of Education and Culture, ya. Mas Menteri itu mengatakan bahwa we have about learning house of platform Merdeka ya Bapak Ibu ya. Platform Merdeka because there are another curriculum in this moment. Like my school, I have about Merdeka
Belajar.
Ya, masih mandiri ya, mandiri berbagi. Tapi kami mengambil tema dengan keadaan sekolah adalah dengan mandiri berubah ya, mandiri berubah. Why I say like this? Because mandiri berubah. Kami baru kelas 7 ya Bapak Ibu, sehingga kami fokus pada P4 or project profil pelajar Pancasila. We wish modify in our school, but only on 7th grade, Bapak Ibu ya. We only a 7th grade. How about your school, Bapak Ibu? How about your school, Bapak Ibu?
It's the same thing with my school also. Under 7th grade.
Silakan Bapak Ibu, ada yang akan memberikan tanggapan about discovery inquiry flight classroom project based learning or PBL maybe. I will ask one more from our Minister of Education and Culture at special from platform belajar ya Bapak Ibu ya. Learning house of platform belajar. Derasik inovatif ada 6 ya Bapak Ibu ya. Derasik list of innovative learning models. Bapak Ibu bisa browsing sendiri ya, karena memang kita benar-benar semua ingin berubah. Spesialnya Bapak Ibu, sorry I say in bahasa, spesialnya kalau yang mandiri berubah itu tidak ada support dana ya Bapak Ibu. There are no support about something from kementerian, but if kementerian about sekolah penggerak ya yang sudah ditunjuk itu mendapat support semuanya. Semuanya dapat support ya Pak Ibu, mulai dari pelatihan gurunya sampai buku. Ya, pokoknya fasilitas, all facilities at school we will support from kementerian. But if mandiri berubah, itu semuanya ditanggung oleh sekolah masing-masing. And then bocorannya itu saya lihat sekolah saja membeli dengan puluhan juta buku ya, 10 mapel. Ya, 10 mapel. My school about 24 class ya, 24 classroom. Jadi kelasnya itu besar sekali Bapak Ibu, 24 classroom, dan bisa kebayang ya bukunya berapa puluh juta harus dibeli, dan belum pelatihan guru dan lain-lainnya. So I will have a project, my profil pelajar Pancasila, ya project profil pelajar Pancasila itu kami tidak mengambil blog. Mengapa tidak dalam bentuk blog? Karena on the 8 and 9 grade, they still use about kurikulum 13, gitu ya. Sehingga kami membuat 2 KOSP dan kurikulum 13. Just reading ya Bapak Ibu, just reading. Ya. Just reading saja, ini hanya pembicaraan secara umum saja. Tetapi kalau masuk ke tentang ke 6 innovative learning models, nanti Bapak Ibu bisa mengecek, dan I think all of you has prepared about this. Ya, all the teacher has prepared about it. Siapa sih yang tidak ingin berubah ya Bapak Ibu? And then, for example, flip classroom, ada discovery flip classroom ya Bapak Ibu. Flip classroom project based learning or PJBL, blended learning, itu bisa dalam bentuk blog. maybe we will about self-organized learning environment also. And then on innovative learning models, I think a teacher in the industrial era 40, ya, di era sekarang ini on 21st century is very expected to be an agent to reform. Ya Bapak Ibu ya, karena model tersebut itu bisa Bapak Ibu berikan pada bentuk pembaharuan yang akan kita lakukan ya Bapak Ibu. For example, the implementation of the latest element in RPP. Ya, di RPP harus ada kompetensinya ya Bapak Ibu ya. Tapi dalam hal ini untuk tadi we founded Mr. Sofian as I lead or a participant to get about I think prepare about model pembelajaran ya Bapak Ibu ya. Setuju Bapak Ibu? Are you agree?
Yes.
Supaya tidak bosan Bapak Ibu, maybe I will ask you about another participant. Please Bapak Ibu give me explanation or give explanation to ours. We will about innovation of implementation, evaluation to follow up our model of pembelajaran. Masuk pedagogik ya Bapak Ibu ya, pedagogik kemudian literasi dan numerasi. I promise that all of you as a participant has to know about this. Semua guru pasti Bapak Ibu mau nggak mau kita harus belajar kembali ya Bapak Ibu. We open minded ya, we must open minded about this. Kalau tadi kita terakhir salamnya surga, insya Allah surga ya Bapak Ibu ya, kita semua akan ke sana insya Allah. And then don't about worried about this teaching area ya. According to me as a teacher, I'm so very happy when I'm in the classroom. Because I can talk with my student, not all the student to make worried, yeah, not all the student. Maybe in every class, yeah, in every classroom, maybe only 2 until 3 students have about problem. Am I right, Bapak Ibu? Benar ya Bapak Ibu? Jangan kita carikan masalah yang besar. Nah, and the biggest problem we must have solution. Step by step, I will ask about student, ask him or ask her, what's about your specific problem? What your specific problem, girl or son? Do you have a specific problem? Why you don't like study English? Why you don't like to learn English? Maybe they will get a reason. Ya Bapak Ibu, sehingga kita bisa menerapkan mungkin paling sedikit 6 ya Bapak Ibu ya. Ya, minimal 6 minimal I think 6 inovatif learning model ya Bapak Ibu ya. Jadi ada model-model pembelajaran yang inovatif yang Bapak Ibu bisa terapkan. Bapak Ibu, I will say to another all participant, I'm so sorry, I will ask all participant, tapi saya tidak menunjuk ya Bapak Ibu ya. Saya tidak menunjuk. Silakan saja Bapak Ibu, maybe have yang sudah ya Bapak Ibu, you have do about 6 innovative learning models. Silakan Bapak Ibu yang sekolahnya sudah menerapkan, I'm so sorry not sekolah, kelas ya, kelas. I think that's about your classroom have to do about innovative model learning in the classroom. Ya, silakan Bapak Ibu, please. Any others? You will get about innovative learning models. Ya, please, Bapak Ibu. 6 inovatif learning model ya Bapak Ibu ya. Ada model pembelajaran, kita ambil 6 saja ya Bapak Ibu ya. Kita ambil 6 saja. For example, the first is discovery, inquiry, flip classroom project based learning or PJBL. The second is blended learning with block ya, bisa menggunakan block ya. Di situ Bapak Ibu bisa melihat. Kemudian game based self organized learning environment also. Ya, silakan Bapak Ibu. Halo. Any others? Sudah ada yang menerapkan Bapak Ibu di kelasnya? Have you implied at your classroom about this PJBL? Penurul nih, penurul. Ayo penurul, please. Oh ya, sorry, Bu Sally. Yang angkat tangan Bu Sally dulu. Miss Sally, please.
Actually, I have said yesterday that the situation in my school that Mr. Sofian has give a statement also that the problem is not come from the student, but also from the teacher itself, the biggest problem also. But the situation in my school, we don't have apply the 6 of innovative learning models yet. But for some situation in the classroom, we just use like simple, sederhana technology like using PPT and then using games or song. But like project-based learning and problem-based learning, honestly, we didn't do it yet at my school. Thank you.
Saya suaranya kecil Bapak Ibu. Halo?
Bapak Ibu jelas? Bu Rusmi. Bu Rusmi jelas suaranya.
Suaranya jelas?
Suaranya Bu.
Oh ya,
Jelas.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. Saya yang mendengar suara Bu Sally agak kecil.
Iya.
Oh ya, ya. Ya, ya. That's enough, Miss Sally?
Just enough, Miss.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Thank you, Miss Sally. Pak Prido, please. Ya. Pak Prido.
Okay, thank you,
Have
Miss
you
Rusmi.
implements, implies
Thank you,
at
Miss
your
Rusmi.
classroom?
Okay, before I answer your question, I want to tell you about my experience when I was in classroom 5 years ago, because now I don't have a time to enter the classroom, as I told you before. And you know, based on my experience when I entered the classroom 5 years ago, I do not have the point of this model learning, and this is the new one for me. Okay, now that I have some works, many jobs to do. Okay, here as I am the principal in my school. So this one, when I have experience in my classroom, I never do it. Okay, but I made it based on the situation, just based on the situation. I don't know what I have to say it. Okay, the media that I use, I think it suit for me and it suit for the students. I use it. Okay, maybe I use the picture, I use the PPT as what Miss Sally has done, and everything. I actually, my experience, once I asked one tourist who passed by in front of my school and asked him to go to the classroom, okay, as a native speaker. I don't know what I have to say this one. Maybe someone can help me. What kind of learning process that I have done here? So I asked him to go to the classroom and introduce him and talk in English for some minutes to the students. So I don't know what do I have to call on my learning process at that time. Okay, so I never practice about the PBL or something like that, what Miss Rusmi has said before. So I just do my best. Based on the situation that I have in my classroom. Maybe this is the kind of reflection for me. That's why my quality of my school here is always down. I don't know. Okay, so as what is that? Mr. Sofian has said before, the problem is not on the student, just on the student, but it's from us also. But it's not really from us, okay?
Yeah.
From the student also. I
From
see
the
like
student
that.
and from the teacher, ya Bapak Ibu.
Yeah, okay. So that's my
satunya itu.
experience. I don't know how to say this one. Can someone give me something like an idea, an opinion, what have I done? Itu termasuk dalam golongan mana yang saya buat itu waktu itu? Okay, based on the situation. When I need this, I talk, because in my opinion, English is a language, and we have to talk freely, any kind of talk. Okay, any kind of speaking, any kind of talking, we just understand each other. Same like Indonesian, bahasa Indonesia, kita mengerti satu sama lainnya. Okay, that's why.
Yes.
So take the book, okay, you get the book and give for me. Itulah bahasa. Okay, jadi saya kalau ngomong tentang bahasa, I talk about language here. Maybe the rules, yeah, here it's not really necessary about how in learning process, but based on the situation. Situasi sekarang itu bagaimana? Okay, nowadays the situation, and we are talking in our mind. Okay, so that's me at that time, sir. At that time, Miss Rusmi. Okay, so I need an idea. I need some suggestion. I have to change it. Yeah, I have to change it. Do I have to change on my learning process or my teaching or something like that, or what? Okay, so thank you.
Mr. Prido. Yeah, according to me, Bapak Ibu, this problem is not only from the student, but I think from the teacher too. Ya, lagi sedang worried ya Bapak Ibu, worried etc. You have just maybe get a big emotion to our student, but it's, I think they will have a solution upon this. Pak Rido and Bu Sally, thank you very much upon this. Maybe Bu Nur, oh yeah, please Bu Nur Masliha, we will get about what about learning model identification of learning problem on your innovative learning in the classroom.
Okay, thank you
I
so
will
much.
say about problem identification ya Bapak Ibu ya. Problem identification, tapi kalau melihat dari materi Bapak Ibu sebenarnya ke model ya ke Bapak Ibu ya, kita spesifik ke model pembelajaran ya Bapak Ibu ya. Ya, silakan. Ya, please Bu Nur.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am, for the opportunity.
Yes, you're welcome.
As my experience during the pandemic, I think I have already implemented the blended learning in my class, because some of my students study from home, and also while some students learn from school. So I have to mix the material. I have to teach the students from home and also from the school. So I use the Zoom meeting or Google Meet to combine the learning process in class. And also I use the classroom, Google Classroom, to give some exercises for the students at home. And I have already implemented the self-organized learning environments, such as from the classroom. Maybe something like that. Thank you so much. You still mute, ma'am?
Okay, thank you, Miss Nur Masliha. Any others, Bapak Ibu?
May I, ma'am?
Pak
Excuse me?
Pak Bisowarno ya?
Yeah.
Pak Bisowarno ya Pak, silakan, please.
Is my voice clear, ma'am?
Yeah. Your
Okay.
voice is clear.
Okay, now thank you, Mrs. Rusmi, to give
Tadi
me
saya
the
lupa
chance to
pakai
talk.
headset Bapak Ibu. Kayaknya suaranya kecil banget.
Okay. Now I have been teaching the class for the 12th grade. for 6 years from then, and then in my 12th grade class, there are some material, for instance, news item. I give the students, to find the news according to what happened outside. For example, I explained them that there are kind of news like social news and political news, sports news, and I let them choose what they want to find about the kind of news. So it is free for them, to choose and to create, the news, and they have to present in front of the class, and to read, and I give them the assignment to find some difficult structure or grammar. For example, the passive voice, and then the difficult words, and then present perfect tense, and another. So they have to explain about the difficult words, and then the passive voice, and the others, something like that, Mrs. Rusmi. Is it a project or product, Mrs. Rusmi? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Bisowarno. Thank you. Bapak Ibu, if we will talk about techniques, or we say about characteristic of 21st century, we will understand about innovative learning design. We will apply it in lesson plan, ya Bapak Ibu ya. Yang sekarang ini kan Bapak Ibu harus mencantumkannya dalam lesson plan, gitu ya. For this reason, because educator need to understand some of the characteristic of 21 century. Sebenarnya hanya we just maybe only 6 ya Bapak Ibu, only 6. We will apply it at our classroom. Kalau dari model pembelajaran Pak Rido tadi sebenarnya agak unik juga. This is English language, so I will say about maybe we will communicate it with our student in the classroom like this. Ya Bapak Ibu ya. If you have about innovative, or maybe have about another models, tapi kan harus tetap di ini ya Bapak Ibu ya, dalam apply it in the classroom. We had about the step by step about model pembelajaran ya Bapak Ibu ya. Learning model ini kalau Bapak Ibu akan terapkan harus jelas ya Bapak Ibu ya. Learning modelnya yang dimintakan hanya paling tidak diterapkan 6 model ya Bapak Ibu. 6 models, bisa dalam bentuk maybe basic game. Tadi juga termasuk ice breaking yang dilakukan oleh Pak Fridolino, sebenarnya juga itu masuk ya Bapak Ibu ya. There is about game like this, and then maybe from another innovation, there is about according to your classroom, you will design maybe you will design about their sheet, group ya, my group design their sheet, it's okay, and then we will explanation. So I think the very important for us as a teacher, we not only innovative strategy ya Bapak Ibu ya. As a teacher, we don't have not only innovative strategic, but we will know about our student about background. Ya Bapak Ibu, tetap harus we must related about this ya Bapak Ibu. Because if we will apply of this learning model, and then we don't know about our student background, that is about nothing. Ya Bapak Ibu ya, sebagus apapun modelnya, kalau kita tidak melihat background siswa pasti tidak akan tepat. Sehingga let we imply it about learning model. We found that please make a questionnaire, or maybe about lebih tepatnya adalah maybe post-test, maybe post-test or another to keep applied about innovation learning model. Bapak Ibu silakan nanti disesuaikan dengan kelasnya, Bapak Ibu. Kalau kelas saya, because I am in Jakarta, that is not a big problem about my innovative learning models, Bapak Ibu. That is very so. This if we will imply learning model in the classroom, the first is about the classroom is very noisy. I think that is a classroom is very noisy. Itu adalah konsekuensi yang pertama ya Bapak Ibu yang harus kita. So we have about consequence about with our student what we will do after that. Please explanation what we will do about this model of learnings. If you have explanation, maybe you will ask about your student. Okay, student, I will explanation you about this material, but before that, all of you must maybe if you will give reward or punishment ya Bapak Ibu ya. Itu adalah poin yang saya lakukan. If you has about this step, you will get about the reward, and if you have done about maybe you will about do anything or we say about melanggar ya. Apa itu melanggar? Saya agak lupa ya. They don't do it.
Break the rule.
Ya, oke. Apa Bu?
Break the rule. Melanggar aturan.
Break the rule ya, break the rule ya. Oke. Jadi yang pertama kita buat dulu ya Bu ya. Rule-nya dulu, baru kemudian please ask to our students supaya kita nyaman ya Bapak Ibu ya. We study comfortable in this classroom. So if the classroom is very comfortable, we will make about I think there is no big problem. If I say there is no problem, it's impossible.
Yes.
All the classroom have problem. Ya Bapak Ibu ya. When I teach at Biak Nunpur, I teach at Jakarta. Before I at this is about Jakarta. I have teach at East Jakarta. Ya jadi saya sudah pindah-pindah. I move about another school, and that is about same about this problem. So as a teacher, that is about don't say about menyebutnya dengan kalah dengan siswa ya Bapak Ibu ya. Ya kalah. Ini ada our priority about teacher priority I say ya. Teacher priority about what I have with my student. But don't forget Bapak Ibu, we must use about our lesson plan ya Bapak Ibu ya. Lesson plan kalau bisa dituangkan dalam lesson plan Bapak Ibu. Ya, lesson plan or another notes maybe. Bapak Ibu make a notes what we will do at our classroom, or maybe discuss with another teacher as a same teacher like our school, because I have a class every grade a class, so there are can one teacher but maybe about two teachers. Jadi kami discuss ya Bapak Ibu, we discussing about this material, and we find that easier to the student understand ya Bapak Ibu ya, how to make a student easier understand about this material, sehingga tidak ketemukan lagi ya Bapak Ibu what student do in the classroom. There are many activity in the classroom. Yeah, like about memorial, about vocabulary or something else ya Bapak Ibu. Listening, speaking, reading itu bisa kita ambil semua Bapak Ibu ya, ongoing process. I think speaking is we use take about another map from ongoing process Bapak Ibu ya. Kalau kita akan menyediakan waktu sendiri dalam speaking itu we have no time. So I take about practice ya. Practice mark on nilai keterampilan itu saya mengambilnya dalam ongoing process, and then ongoing process I take about 5 student until 10 student to practice in spelling in English, to reading about these sentences, and I will get about spelling and pronunciation. Kita bisa mulai dari situ, tapi kalau Bapak Ibu akan menerapkan activities in this learning, bisa Bapak Ibu ya untuk membuat Bapak siswa tersebut not worried, because if student are worried, That is very big problem to our class. Jadi gurunya bosen ya. Student worried, teacher worried. Yeah. What happened with our country? What happened with our country? Ya, Bapak Ibu ya. Ya, to be bored all of. Ya, Bapak Ibu. Maybe we will ask about another participant. Siapa ya Bapak Ibu ya yang akan memberikan kembali bahwa pengalaman-pengalaman mengajar ya, your experience when you teach using learning innovation of model pembelajaran or innovative learning. Oh ya Pak Nanang please.
Bu Endang raise hand.
Thank you, Ma'am.
Oh ya Pak. Oh.
Okay.
Oh Bu Endang or Pak Nanang nih. Bu Endang wait a moment ya. Pak Nanang dulu.
Oke.
Ya, Pak Nanang. Ya ya. Pak Nanang, please. Is it yours?
This one, my
This time
experience. Is it clear, my sound?
Yes. Is it clear?
Clear. According to my experience and face to my students, there are many various background. So I follow the style of my students. They are Z generation, so I use the social media to teach. For example, I use TikTok. The materials, the students looking for the materials from TikTok, and they imitate the materials from TikTok or from Facebook, and they make the summary or outline. And after that, I make a quiz, and they get points. So, because if they are happy, I hope they will get the knowledge that I teach to that day. Why do we memorize the song? Because we are happy. So I try to applicate our students to be happy. For example, we use TikTok or social media in teaching English. That's the experience in my class now. But I don't know the name of the method of our style teaching. I think that's all. My sounds.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Nanang.
Thanks.
Okay, one more ya, Bapak Ibu ya.
May I, sir? Sir?
Endang.
Ma'am.
Miss Endang. Ya.
Okay, ma'am. Mr. Dede.
Pak Dede, wait a minute.
Okay,
Bu Endang.
Bu Endang dulu ya. Oke, Bu Endang, please.
Okay, thanks before, ma'am. I'm sorry, before I teach in the 9th class. So I ever asked my student to make a video when they in procedure text material. So I asked them to make theme, and then sometimes I ask them to menyusun rencana mereka dalam pembuatan video gitu, ma'am. I'm so sorry, my English not well. Jadi I mix my English with Indonesia.
Our English is not good, but our student is good in English. Yeah.
Yes. Jadi I asked them to make video. So sebelumnya I asked them to make theme. So in a class saya bagi mereka dalam 5 kelompok gitu, ma'am, untuk bikin video. Jadi sebelum mereka bikin videonya itu, saya jelaskan untuk saya minta mereka kasih tahu kira-kira kalau saya minta mereka bikin prosedur teks yang berhubungan dengan kegiatan mereka sehari-hari, mereka bikin apa gitu. Saya minta mereka bikin semenarik dan senyaman mungkin. Dan waktu itu pernah dikolaborasikan, saya join sama prakarya. Nah, jadi kami buat produk gitu. Untuk yang English, dia presentation-nya. prosedur teksnya. Nah, kalau yang prakaryanya dia udah jadi produknya gitu. Kemudian setelah nyusun perencanaan, kami nyusun jadwal. Biasanya saya kasih waktu sekitar 2 minggu karena cuman ketemu bahasa Inggris itu 2 kali seminggu gitu. Dan setelah menyusun jadwal itu tuh nanti di pertemuan yang setelah nyusun jadwal, di pertemuan berikutnya mulai pantau mereka bikin udah sampai mana, terus terlibat semua atau enggak. Saya pastikan semuanya terlibat. Jadi saya combine timnya itu, saya combine antara yang pinter, menengah, dan yang kurang ini gitu. Jadi biar sama-sama bisa belajar, yang pinter bisa backup yang kurang gitu. Selanjutnya waktu penilaian juga disampaikan sekalian evaluasi. Jadi kurangnya di mana, misalnya pronunciation mereka pas lagi ngomong, pas lagi explain itu saya juga kasih tahu. Jadi kira-kira begitu mem pengalaman yang saya terapkan di kelas gitu. Thanks before mem.
Thank you. Bapak Ibu kita lanjut Pak Dede dulu ya. Pak Dede, silakan Pak Dede.
Okay, thank you for ma'am for the chance.
Yes,
Because
yours. Same to yours.
Limited time,
Yeah.
I'm quickly and fast to sharing my experience. Just sharing my experience. Actually, I already use the learning model of self-organized learning environments indirectly. When
Bapak yang mana? Pakai apa? Pakai blended learning block apa berbasis scheme?
Self-organized learning environments.
Oh, self-organized learning environment.
Yes.
Ya. Yang Soleh ya Pak. So.
Yes. We did when the pandemic happened yesterday, maybe. So we know that the learning model of self-organized learning environment, it's focused on the independent learning process by utilizing the internet and its smart device. So when there was the pandemic, or maybe we all the friends all get the independent assignment to student, and we know that the time social media like YouTube was very helpful for students to doing assignment. So for example, by giving assignments that were sourced from YouTube videos, and then asking some questions about the video. Like this. I think that's all. Limited time. Then I think that I already do
Thank
the
you
model.
Pak Dede. Ya. Bapak Ibu, ternyata ya Bapak Ibu yang lain sudah banyak memberikan solusi ya Bapak Ibu. I'm so sorry that is not solution, but I think about experience or will say sharing ya Bapak Ibu ya. So learning variation which are interesting make it easy for student apply it ya Bapak Ibu. Like on social media, TikTok Pak. Ini Pak siapa nih Pak? Siapa tadi yang pakai TikTok ya? Pak Nanang ya, Pak Nanang. Pak Nanang, I know your TikTok account. I know your TikTok account, sir. How many followers? Yeah. Oh ya, ya, yes. Berarti bisa ini ya Pak ya, bisa live ya. Just kidding Bapak Ibu. Yeah. Because I like TikTok, but only scroll when I bought it. Yeah. From Miseli, Pak Nanang, Bu Nur ya, Bu Nur Maslia, and then Pak Plidolinus, Bu Endang, maybe from Bu Nur Haida, you have an experience?
Yes.
Ya, silakan Bu Nur Haida.
Okay, hello. Thank you, Miss Rumi, Mrs. Rumi.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. I had an experience here, maybe about 9 years teaching at the junior tourism high school. But we have 4 English teachers in our school, but we never make the model like innovation. So I think it's good for teacher now for innovation learning. Now the government give us a plan how to make a change from the curriculum to 2013 to Merdeka, and actually the first experience, and I'm so excited to join with you all my friends, my lecture here. So very difficult here, make innovation. The first, our school background of our students, if we use the TikTok or YouTube or media social, some of them don't have a handphone, smartphone, sorry. And then some of them say if they have the smartphone, they say don't have data, don't have money to buy.
They don't have quota, ya? Quotanya
Yeah,
mahal.
they have
So
quota.
very expensive quota.
So,
no Wi-Fi, no Wi-Fi at school, Pak. Bu Nur?
Yeah, in our school don't have internet access, Miss
Oh
Rumi.
my God.
Yeah, so every morning I come here looking a signal from the school. It's the problem.
So very poor, Bu Nur Haida.
Yes, sometimes very difficult to learn from internet access about that. So our students say don't know internet access, ma'am, in our house like that. So that's why in all 9 years I'm teaching there. I was from grade 10, grade 11 until 12. Until they will finish for the school, they cannot speak English well. I said, you must speak English well. You must memorize vocabulary, because they have the practice 3 months on the job training in the hotel. Like that.
Haida, maybe 2 until 3 students, they can speak English well?
Yes. No, because they have on the job training in the hotel, but they cannot speak English well. Like that, the problem in our school. Thank you, Ms. Amit.
Okay, you're welcome. Bapak Ibu, about Mr. Nur Haida sharing, it's so poor, ya. No internet access, no quota or data, and then the student cannot speak English well, ya, Bu Nur Haida, ya. But they can practice, Bapak Ibu. It's very special, I think. Yeah, they can speak. They can speak English very well, but they can they work at hotel, ya, Bapak Ibu, ya. Bu Nur Haida, tadi bisa bekerja di hotel, ya. International hotel. Perhotelan
yes,
berarti.
Perhotelan, Bu.
Perhotelan. I think that is about guidance from another student. Yeah, we will take about this from this moment, because your school is tourism, ya. Special for tourism berarti khusus pariwisata, ya Bapak Ibu, ya, tourism itu, ya. Bukan turisnya, ya. Tourism kan sekolah pariwisata. Memang spesialnya Tapi saya yakin Bapak Ibu they will do about try to speak English, but maybe non-aktif ya Bapak Ibu ya, non-aktif. Untuk aktif mungkin agak susah ya Bapak Ibu. Untuk aktif, berarti non-aktif. Ya. Thank you Bu Nuraida. Ya. Oke Bapak Ibu, I think about learning variation which are very interesting, but make easy is student to apply it. We will about ask what will student may apply and social media. That is very maybe we have about warning juga Bapak Ibu, karena sosial media kan kita anggap not all social media it's good for our student ya Bapak Ibu. Is it right? Not all social media it's good for our student. But we have a filter about the social media. Karena kalau kita terapkan di siswa kita, like about this, maybe from another school or another classroom, they got another something that negative, yeah. Not at all, but I'm worried, yeah. For me about I worried about my student when I give a material from social media. But if I say about social media, it's okay. But not always ya Bapak Ibu ya. Saya menyarankan seperti itu Bapak Ibu, walaupun okay, TikTok okay dan sebagainya. It's better if we have about filter about social media. If YouTube maybe it's okay, but I just give them about link. But for another student, maybe they will browse, or another then is for about 5 students or maybe about 510 students, they will practice English well. Yeah, that is about normally Bapak Ibu. That is about normally because we study English. This is in Indonesia is English is foreign language ya Bapak Ibu. Jadi foreign language is not very difficult, but this is about many things we will make innovation to give our students to make they easier to understand about this material. So they don't have about big problem or another problem, and they will get a good mark. Yeah, they will about test or another, they will know about the materials. Intinya ke sana ya Bapak Ibu ya. We will explanation the material. Why I say about Bapak Ibu, we have used about solution from the learning model, yeah, learning model to our lesson plan, ya Bapak Ibu ya. Kita terapkan Bapak Ibu, maybe not every day when we teach at school, yeah, or in the classroom. Not every time, not every day. Ya Bapak Ibu ya. Not every time we use about these learning models. But maybe Bapak Ibu will try one of another learning models. Ya, agree ya Bapak Ibu? Bapak Ibu setuju ya Bapak Ibu ya? Let's we try about learning models. Kita coba Bapak Ibu yang mana dari semua learning model ini yang kira-kira bisa Ibu pergunakan. If they bored, ya Bapak Ibu, if they bored, I use about a number together ya, a number together yang nomor itu ya Bapak Ibu ya, yang dilempar-lempar itu saya sering menggunakan, atau maybe use about kalau problem solving memang harus berbasis masalah dulu ya Bapak Ibu. Siswa kita harus kita berikan suatu masalah dulu seperti yang diterapkan di Bu Endang ya. Di kelasnya Bu Endang itu kan tadi dibuat grup dulu ya Bapak Ibu, kemudian sudah join ya, join with prakarya, yaitu bagus. Salah satunya saya pernah melaksanakan di ujian sekolah ya Bapak Ibu pada practice ya, in examination of practice English ya, di pada saat ujian sekolah ya Bapak Ibu, ujian praktek on practice English, I use about join with prakarya. So we as a teacher, we had managed our time Bapak Ibu. Ya, we had managed our time. Jangan harus if we have a collaboration with another material, that is okay. Kita jangan terlalu capek Bapak Ibu. Ya, Betul ya Bapak Ibu ya? Ya, we had so very tired, and then we must manage our time. So we have about solution. Ya. Bagaimana Bapak Ibu kalau seperti saya sekarang mengajar dari jam pertama sampai jam terakhir? Di hari Kamis itu saya 9 jam Bapak Ibu, 9 jam, 9 hours. Belum pembiasaan. Pembiasaan kami mulai 6:30 pembiasaan ya Bapak Ibu ya. Pembiasaan daily activities itu dengan berbagai hari yang berbeda. Hari Senin hari Senin itu pembiasaannya upacara ya Bapak Ibu ya. Ya, flag ceremony ya. And then we had about another activities. Yeah. What our solution about to teach English? Kalau dari awal kita ngomong di kelas Bapak Ibu habis suara kita. Ya. Betul ya Bapak Ibu?
Ya, benar,
Pak Kusaini tertawa. Pak Kusaini, what do you think? We had say about I have a drink. This morning I have breakfast and have take about a vitamin 100 milligram of vitamin. Yang 1000 mili Bu saya minum Bu. Karena I must teach our student from 7. We start from 7 o'clock until 2 o'clock. 14 ya 14. Murid saya pulang Bapak Ibu jam 2. Jam 2 baru pulang. Gitu. Jadi at Jakarta ya Pak Rangga ya, 6:30 sudah masuk kelas Bapak Ibu.
Yes, kebiasaan.
Kalau jam 5 lewat saya dari rumah, saya nggak sampai sekolah Bapak Ibu. Saya balik lagi ke rumah tidur. So Pemda will get cut my salary. Ya PKD saya dipotong sehari 750.000. Pak Rangga senyum. PKD kita berapa Pak Rangga? Ya, sama ya Bapak Ibu. Jadi talking about salary, ya kami di DKI memang sedikit lebih Bapak Ibu. Jadi ya, this is my job. It's okay. Kami diberikan kelebihan gitu aja. 9 jam itu memang sangat berat Bapak Ibu. Please make manage time about solution. Yang pertama, kedua, oke Bapak Ibu, kita like our give about explanation. Tapi untuk 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, we make about like play games, and maybe I give about video, yeah. We can get about another social media, yeah, explanation. Like I will say about greetings, ya, I take about video greeting. Mengurangi kan Bapak Ibu ya, minimal 40 menit, ya, 40 menit, 30 menit, I ask student. Okay, student, let me see about the video. Yeah. Would you see about the video? What do you think about this video, etc. Jangan kalah Bapak Ibu. We as a teacher have many about solution about this problem. Ya, don't afraid about this. Ya, Pak Linus ya, Pak Fridolinus ya. Semuanya kita bisa sampaikan, Bapak Ibu. Dia talking about the problem seperti saya katakan, there is tidak ada akhirnya ya Bapak Ibu. No finish about this problem every year. But as teacher, we have a retirement about 60 years old. Kita sampai 60 tahun ya Bapak Ibu ya. Ya. Alhamdulillah 60 tahun. Yang lain 55 itu sudah retirement, but special for teacher 60 years old. And then we have many experience about teach about the student ya. Kenapa Bapak Ibu ada masalah? Karena kalau saya lihat bocorannya itu kan nanti di akhir ini Bapak Ibu make about best practice ya Bapak Ibu ya, praktek baik. Dari mana praktek baik ini kita dapatkan? If you have about many problem, pasti Ibu akan mencari solusi. Ya kan Bapak Ibu ya? Problem, terus we have solution. Nah itulah yang Bapak Ibu terapkan, yang terbaik untuk solve the problem, yang disebut dengan praktek baik Bapak Ibu. Praktek baik Bapak Ibu, or dari mana didapat nanti? Ya dari masalah Bapak Ibu, from the problem. Ya enggak Bapak Ibu? Ya. Untuk Bapak Ibu yang sudah bersekolah penggerak ini adalah sangat bagus untuk ya Pak, I'm so sorry, Pak Sofian.
Okay, is that okay to take in charge for the next session?
Oh ya, it's okay Pak Sofian.
Okay.
Yeah. That's enough ya Bapak Ibu. We will discuss about problem of learning innovation. I think that's all. Bapak Ibu bisa browsing. It's time about Pak Sofian. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
So kind. Thank you so
much.
much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Pak Sofian.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Rusmi.
Ya, sama-sama Bapak Ibu.
Thank you, Mr. Rusmi.
Okay, I'm gonna lead for the second session of our sharing and then discussion. But before that, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, can you hear my voice clearly?
Yes, we can.
Quite small, sir, for me.
So the first session that was with Miss Rusmi, and then there are many things that you guys discussed.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Starting with several kind of problems, and then also alternative solutions, the use of several or various kind of learning models. And then with that one, talking about the salary. That's interesting, yeah? Okay.
Because salary is make me happy. We can go to salon.
Yeah. Salary is something.
Yeah, not always. Not always, yeah. Bapak Ibu. Saya ke salon itu setahun sekali.
Baca Ibu glowing.
Oke.
Glowing ya, make glowing. Ini kamera Bapak Ibu ini pakai efek saya. Saya aslinya kerut-kerut Bu Bapak.
Okay, what we are going to do, everyone here for the second session, we are going to be focused on discussing, on mentioning all the problems that you guys already identified. Yeah, because today here it is the last day of the problem identification stage. Yeah, on the next day, you are going to focus on making limitation of the problem itself. I'll try to choose several kind of student here, and then you're going to show us. Yeah, your student works at 1.1, and then we are going to analyze that one. Yeah, that will be the first thing that we are going to do for today here. And then second one, I'm assuming all of the students here already submit their student works at 1.1. Because if you haven't submitted, you cannot join this meeting. Based on your guys' learning management system, if you guys try to check the learning management system here, okay, can you guys see it now? Hello? Hello? Anyone?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now let's try to have a look at the third day of our meeting for the problem identifications. For the problem identification, there are two main things. First of all, here is a presentations, an explanation from some of you, because if we are going to ask the 35 students, I guess we are going to have lack of time. Yeah, to share the problem based on the student worksheet. Yeah, and then strengthen from Ms. Rusmi, I guess. She already gave you guys many kind of alternative solutions, and then also the sharing based on 28 years of teaching experience. Yeah, and then second one, here is a reflections. Yeah, reflection based on our teaching and learning, starting with the first day, second day, and then last day of our first subject, Pendalaman Materi. Yeah, and then the reflection of this teaching and learning, it will be about how did you guys identify all the problems. Okay, and then you guys have to remember all the problems that you guys already collected, that you guys already created, that you guys already wrote in your guys student worksheet 1.1. It will be the problem. You're going to find the alternative solutions on the second subject, yeah, namely pengembangan perangkat pembelajaran. The second subject, yeah, and then second subject of that one, you already designed, you already created the innovative kind of teaching and learning for the problem based on the first subject, Pendalaman Materi. And then you're going to do the practice, the teaching practice on the last subject. it will be the same based on the first subject, second subject. Okay, that's why we need to analyze, we need to discuss it, we need to do a sharing session based on what all the problems that you guys wrote on your guys' student worksheet 1.1. And then in the end of the day, today we are going to have, the scoring here, the assessment process, the assessment process for all of you guys' activities while joining the first session, second session, the first day till the last day of the first subject. Okay, is that clear enough, guys?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, and then now, since we are going to focus on discussing about how did you guys create your student worksheet 1.1, I'd like to ask some of you to voluntarily, please try to explain your student worksheet 1.1. Anyone would like to try, please? Maybe I'll give a chance to 4 or 5 students. Yeah, you may do the share screen, and then you're going to explain your student worksheet, the result of it. Yeah, and then after that one, you're going to get these suggestions. You're going to get the sharing also from all of the students, and then from the senior teacher, Mr. Come on, anyone would like to be the first, please? Hello? Anyone would like to be the first?
May I, sir?
Okay, it will be Mr. Dede Hermawan. Okay, come on, Mr. Dede Hermawan, time is yours. Yeah? And while explaining your student worksheet, it should be clear what is the problem, what is the problem identification that you already identified till the last process of it. Yeah,
okay,
you open your student worksheet and then share it with all of us here. Come on.
Okay, I will try share my worksheet. Wait a minute. Okay, sir. This is my opinion for the worksheet 1.1. Can you see? Okay. The identification problem that, in my opinion, from pedagogic. Number 1 is learning activities are not in the accordance with the design contained in the RPP. The second, less of attention to the use of technology available in school. It's for pedagogic. For literacy, the identification problem, it's less of students' interest to read in the library. And for the numeracy, most of students have no interest in the numeracy. It's the identification problem. How about the analyze? The analysis from pedagogic. This happened because of the copy-paste activities without paying attention to the elements contained in the lesson plans and the characteristic of students at school. Number 2, this happens because some teachers think that important thing is that there is already one teacher or some other teachers who use ICT in the learning. So there is no need for the teacher to know that. It's for point 1. Next, point 2, kesulitan belajar siswa yang termasuk siswa berkebutuhan khusus dan masalah pembelajaran berdiferensial. I have the identification, the ability in the vocabulary is very low, very low. Analyze, students are very difficult to understand what is explained by the teacher who use English as an introduction because they have very little vocabulary that they memorize or they know. The problem about relation, the parent and the student, the relationship between parents and teacher is still limited. Why? According to my opinion or my analysis, the parents sometimes don't follow their children's progress at school. And maybe the most parents really come when invited by the school. Look for the analyze. Number 4, the identification problem is teachers have not been maximal in utilizing innovative learning models. The analyze, the teacher's teaching method is still monotonous. Learning activities are still teacher-centered. And then number 5, materi terkait literasi, numerasi, advance, material, miskonsepsi, and HOTS. Number 1, the problem identification, limited understanding of teachers regarding numerasi, literacy, materials, or submission of the wrong material concept. The analyze, teachers do not understand well the application of the concept of numeracy, literacy in school. I'm sorry, my baby cry.
All good, sir.
Yes, I'm sorry. Sometimes there are teaching material that are missed because the teacher still doesn't understand. And last, the usage of technology innovation in learning. The problem identification about teacher have not been maximal in utilizing technology in learning activities. They analyze, there are still many teachers who use books as the main source of teaching materials. And the second material example that related to environment teaching are only differ orally. Okay, I think that's all from my worksheet 1.1. Maybe some participant have a suggestion or some opinion to my worksheet. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Dede. Now let's try to analyze your student worksheet. Let's go with number 1, please. The first page of your student worksheet. Come on. Number 1, please. Okay, there we go. For your worksheet here, Mr. Dede, for student worksheet 1.1, problem identifications. Here you try to make several kind of problem based on the example that you got. Yeah, the example based on the PowerPoint presentation consists of 6 or 7 kind of example, and then you created also the same as the example of it. Yeah, and I'm expecting there will be many kind of problem identifications that you are going to create. Yeah, so not based only on 6 or 7 criteria of it. Okay, now let's have a look at point number 1, please. Number 1, please. Hello. Number 1, please. Okay, thank you. The first problem you're mentioning, learning activities are not in accordance with the design contained in the lesson plan. Okay, so this will be the first problem that you identified. And then how did you analyze this problem? No. Go back, please. Go back, please. Go back. Okay, go back to the first. Okay, there we go. And then now, how did you analyze this problem identifications? You were mentioning this happened because of the copy-paste activities without paying attention to the element contained in the lesson plans and the characteristic of student at school. To be honest, when you guys mentioned the problem here is not based on what you guys planned on your guys' lesson plan. So identifying the problem here, when you try to analyze that one, it is not just mentioning only copying and then pasting, copying and then pasting all that things, Analyze your problem identification. First of all, why it is not based on the teaching scenario that you created, First of all, let's go back, please. Go back, still point number one. Go back to point number one. Okay, thank you. That will be the first, So first of all, you need to know first why when you do the teaching process, you are not following the teaching scenario that you got based on your lesson plan. So that will be the first, how that you're going to analyze that one. So what is it? The cause of it. That will be the first. And then second one, after you already found out, okay, there will be several kind of reason why you can do the teaching scenario. You're not following the teaching scenario. And then second one, you have to mention also, you have to mention also, what is it? The weakness of your lesson plan. That's why you need an impromptu kind of teaching scenario for your students. That will be the second point. In identification problem. And the next one, for this problem, not using the teaching scenario based on what you planned on your lesson plan. The third one, you have to make sure here you create your lesson plan by yourself. Okay, that's how that you have to analyze your problem identifications. It is your own creation, or it is you just take it out from some random resources and then use it become your own kind of lesson plan. That will be the three examples how that you're going to analyze the problem identifications. And then after that one, after you already mentioned the indicator of it, indicator of problem identification, you're going to mention also the impact of it. What is it, the impact of not following, not using the teaching scenario? Okay, Mr. Dede, what is it, the impact of it? The impact here, it will be a positive one if it is become a successful kind of teaching and learning, and it will become a failure one. Because not like what you planned it before. That will be the impact of it. Is that clear enough for the first problem identification, guys? Can you get the point? Hello? Okay, that will be the problem number one. Now let's go with the problem identification for the second, please. Okay, now let's have a look at the second one, loss of attention to the use of technology available in schools. My question here, this problem identification, you try to identify the problem based on your teaching. Based on your teaching process to your student, or based on other teaching process. Again, that will be the second. So what is the answer, Mr. Dede? When you mention less attention to the use of technology available in schools, this teaching process here is your teaching process, or it is the other teaching process? Can we answer that one, please, Mr. Dede? Hello? Hello? Can you guys hear my voice clearly?
Mr. Dede does not turn on his microphone.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Dede.
Okay. Okay. I can hear your voice. Okay, can do. Okay.
Okay, would you please try to answer it? Based on your second problem identifications, you are mentioning less of attention to the use of technology available in schools. This one based on your teaching process or based on other teaching process?
I write down like that. It's based on my experience in my school or my class, but it's maybe the problem happen generally, sir.
Happen generally. So this problem happened to all the teacher in your school then?
Yes, by my experience too.
Okay, based on your previous experience. Okay, now let's try to have a look at the how did you analyze this problem? Yeah, so the problem, the identification of the problem, the use of technology, and then when it is relevant with the technology, you're mentioning this happened because some teachers think that the important thing is that there is already one teacher, some other teachers who use ICT in learning, so there is no need for the teachers to know that. It is a random kind of analysis, right? How come that you only mention this happened because some teachers think, because of the teacher's thinking? Okay, Mr. Dede, when you try to analyze the problem identification based on the technology here, you gotta come first of all, yeah? First of all, maybe majority of your students, you can try to do the problem identification analysis like this one. You can mention first of all, why the teacher here lack of using the technology, because majority of the students, they have not familiar with the apps, with the platform, with the product or technology that you use. That will be the first analysis. Yeah. And then second one you're mentioning here, these technology available in schools, it is still in general one. So what is it? Technology, yeah, technology available in your school. Is it only the computer, or it is only the smartphone of these students? Yeah. So you have to come with the specific details of it. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
That will be the second one. And then the third one, when you try to analyze this problem based on the technology itself here, you have to mention your previous, what is it? Your previous best practice of it, of the use of technology. Yeah, that will be the third. And then the impact of it. Yeah, so that was the indicator, the first analysis, it is indicator. And the next one, the impact of less of technology itself here. So it's mean your student, they have, what is it? We can call majority of students, they're gonna face what we call by late in the comprehension about technology use in education. So that will be the impact of it. Okay, is that clear, Mr. Dede?
Okay, I'm clear, sir. I'm clear.
Okay, and then we are going to skip literacy and numeracy. Let's go with the next. Come on, next, please. Okay, the second one. Now let's try to have a look at here the type of the problem. The type of the problem, it is about special needs students. Yeah.
Yes.
So special needs student here is about, what is it? Inclusive kind of education. Special needs student, autism, and then blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
And then the problem of differentiated instruction. Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's the double words vocabulary.
All good, sir. All good.
Yes.
All good.
Yeah.
We're still discussing about the first problem first. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So here you were mentioning about differentiated instructions, and then based on your what is it? Based on your experience.
Yes.
When you were
It's real. My experience. It's real my experience in my class.
Okay. So this experience happened before you're going to be a real teacher. It is when you was in your college students.
No, when I teach, when I be a teacher.
But you brought here based on the college student experience. while you become a teacher?
Teacher experience, sir. Teacher experience.
Okay, do you mind try to read it point number 2, the second point, please, Mr. Dede?
Number 2.
Yeah.
The ability and vocabulary.
Not that one, please. Starting with the type of the problem first. Come on.
Kesulitan belajar siswa termasuk siswa berkebutuhan khusus dan masalah pembelajaran berdiferensiasi di kelas berdasarkan pengalaman. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not read.
Okay.
Masih menjadi guru.
Yeah, that's my point. So it is not when you have your teaching practice when you are as a college student, then it is a real teaching, yeah?
Teaching.
Okay, now let's try to have a look at the problem identification. The ability in vocabulary or vocabulary is very low. Okay, if we try to have a look at the type of the problem, and then the problem that identified based on the point, the second point here by Mr. Dede, the ability and vocabulary is very low. It is for these special needs students, or it is based on the teaching process when you use differentiated instructions, or what is it? Which one?
I'm sorry, sir. Can you repeat your explanation?
Okay, you were mentioning vocabulary is very low, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And then which one from all the types of the problems that you mentioned? It is based on the special needs students, or it is based on differentiated instructions? Which one?
Differentiated instruction.
Okay, so it is not based on the special needs.
No.
Okay.
Not special student. No.
Okay, now let's have a look at this kind of problem. You're mentioning students are very difficult to understand. What is explained by the teachers who use English as an introductions because they have very little vocabulary that they memorize or they know.
Yes.
Okay, you're mentioning students are very difficult to understand. Okay, so here the problem, because what is it? Because of their lack of vocabulary, so it's difficult for them to comprehend the lesson that you taught them. Yeah, Mr. Dede?
Some student or most student still think that the English is still the second language. So for them, no reason to learning that.
Okay,
English.
thank you very much. Yeah. Analyzing this type of problem or this problem identification, you may start with number 1, for example. Yeah, number 1, there are no such kind of memorizing vocabulary for the student in your class. You can mention that one. It is relevant with vocabulary is very low for the students. That will be number 1. Yeah, there are no such kind of memorizing vocabulary for the students. And then second point, analyzing this type of problem identifications, you have to mention all the method, all the strategy, all the approach, all the teaching media that you use all the time here, it is tailored to increase the vocabulary mastery.
Maybe like this.
Yeah, you can mention that one. Yeah. And then the third one in identifying this problem identification, you may mention, it's need a new innovative one, a new creative one that can attract, that can stimulate the students to improve or to enhance their vocabulary mastery. Okay.
But in my experience, I try to increase my vocabulary student.
Yeah, but not good, I guess. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, that was the third one. And then now the impact of it. The impact of the ability of the student and vocabulary is very low. The impact, of course, the impact of it, the student will very confused in joining the lesson, right?
Okay.
The student got confused, yeah. And then second one here, the learning goals here, you can achieve the learning target, the learning goals of it. Yeah, that will be the second. And then the third one here, it will be about the completing of your school. What is it? KKM. Yeah. So it will be very difficult for you to achieve that one. That's how that you analyze the problem identification that you created on your second thing. And then now let's try to have a look at number 3, or the third one. You're mentioning the relationship between parents and teacher is still limited. Okay, for this point, to be honest, what we need to do here is not only the relations, not only the connections between the parents and then the teachers. Okay, but you need to also mention the relationships that build with the students, yeah, and then with the teacher, and then also with the parents. You need the 3 kind of persons here. Okay, you as a teacher, and then with that one to the students, and then with that one also to the parents itself. So it is not only the connections, not only the relationship between you as a teacher and then the parents, but you need also to bring the students of it. Okay, so there will be 3 types of connections, yeah, with the teacher, and then also with the student, and then also with the parents itself. And then you try to put this problem identification analysis. First of all, you're mentioning parents sometimes don't follow their children progress at school. That's okay. Most parents rarely come when invited by the school. That's okay. And then the third one, you may put it here, something relevant with the students. Yeah, not only mentioning the first here is for the parents, second one it is for the parents, and then the third one, you may put it also the student. They need to give a report. They need to explain. They need to elaborate their progress to their parents.
Sometimes,
right? Yeah, because how they gonna know? How they gonna understand their kids? Yeah, their kids' progress if they're not gonna report it. Not only the students, but also the teacher. They have to take a part of it. Yeah, giving the progress of the student to the parent. So we can have a good kind of connection, a good kind of collaborations between the students, teacher, and then last one with the parents itself.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I forget to make the third point.
Okay. And then now last one, what is it, the impact of this problem identifications? Yeah. What is it, the impact of limited kind of relationship, limited kind of connection between students, parents, and then the teacher itself? Yeah. And then the impact here, it will be, what is it? The student got no clue. Yeah. The student got no clue. What is it, the progress of their, what is it, their lessons? Yeah. And then they have no controlling partner of it. The controlling partner from the teachers, and then also from the parents itself. Okay. That will be the impact of it. So it will be the same with the point number 4, 5 till the last one. Okay, Mr. Dede, and then that will be my suggestion for your student worksheet 1.1. And then from all of your point here, from all of the problems that you already identified, I want you to please try to think it twice. Think it, what is it? Think it closely from all the type of problems. So what is it that you are going to use for your, what is it? For your second subject, and then also for the third subject of this PPG Daljab. Yeah, it is about the connection that you're going to use, or it is about the lack of vocabulary, yeah, or it is about the problem, how that you're going to use a new kind of innovative kind of teaching and learning for these students. Okay, but now you have a group of problems. Yeah, you already collected a group of problems. You have this kind of problems, and then you're going to discuss it on the second subject for this PPG Daljab. I hope that's clear enough for you, Mr. Dede, and then for the rest of you guys. Let's give Mr. Dede applause, everyone here.
Thank you for your suggestion, Mr.
Okay, that was my suggestion. And then now let's try to get more suggestion, maybe based on Mr. Dede's student worksheet 1.1. Anyone would like to give their suggestions or any kind of comment, please? No? Come on. Come on. Okay, 3 participants. Okay, let's start with Mr. Referee. Come on, Mr. Referee. So what is it? A man,
Okay,
question, or what is it? It's up to you.
Yes, before I don't know, I suggest something for Mr. Dede. Me too. I may maybe later I will present my worksheet, but it's generally as Mr. Dede has done. I just focus on what is that technology, the using of technology of what is that of the teachers.
Pardon, Mr. Reverend.
Yep.
Sorry, Miss Sally Hernawati, do you mind please try to stop sharing the screen? There we go. Thank you very much. Come on, proceed, please.
Okay, go back. And you don't say there the students lack of using technology like gadget, or what is the special thing that they use in your school. You don't say that. And for teachers there, I can suggest that if the condition is like that, include you say you have told me that you cannot. I mean, you are. It's not you cannot, but you are not really able. Okay, you are not really able in using the technology. I can suggest that you can find something like an expert or something like an expert to come to your school to give you something like a material about IT. Okay, about IT. My school, I have invite 2 people from Jakarta, Mr. Yoga, if I'm not forget. He is the one, not the only one, but the one of IT for the Google Classroom before we we were in situation of COVID-19 last year, 2 years ago. Bahkan sebelum even before COVID-19, we have heard about this one. Jadi kita sudah mengantisipasi, we anticipate about this thing in my school. Okay, so when the COVID-19 was coming until now. Okay, we have already prepared it for the coming situation. Yeah, for the coming situation, we have already dibekali begitu ya, already packed, maybe, I don't know. Yes, by some material that Mr. Yoga at that time given us. Okay, so we use the things like Google Classroom, quiz, what else, anything, any kind of what is that, the things that we've learned at that time. So you can do the same thing. You can do the same thing. Okay, you can suggest, you can talk to your headmaster or the principal there. But the problem here is, okay, we still have a problem. Okay, some kind of problems in our school. It's our school here. In my school, you know that go back to the background of economic, social, and culture here of the students. Yeah, we cannot insist them to have the thing. We cannot insist to have the thing. It's the biggest problem. Maybe I can criticize the government here also. I'm so sorry. Okay, I'm so sorry. I criticize the government. They wanna make the educational in Indonesia to be in a good way, but the access and the people, the people in Indonesia itu tidak merata, It's not the same. We don't have the same thing here. So that's the main problem. The subsidi that government give us, is low. Jadi masih kurang, masih sangat kurang to fulfill down our needed in our school. Apalagi dalam dunia pendidikan, in educational system here. So that's our duty, our job. Okay, you can say here, I'm sorry, sir. Okay, I'm sorry. You are the lecturer here. I'm sorry to say this one. Or Miss Rusmi, bolehlah kita terapkan the model in learning like this one, the model like this one. Okay, I don't think so. It will be success. I don't think so. I'm the headmaster. It's really big responsibilities for us. The output that we have done here, like the Miss Nur from Riau, I forget. He has the junior high school student that has already that has already worked in a hotel. Until now, even they cannot speak English. They cannot use English very well. The technology right now, based in learning process, we are. I mean, I'm sorry to talk much. Okay, I'm sorry because this is ini lebih tepatnya saya bisa berbagi di sini. I don't have a place to share out. Okay.
Okay. Wait a minute, Mr. Beveridge. You may talk about anything, that should be okay. Since we are going to upload this one on YouTube, all good. So maybe someone from the government gonna hear about your.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Come on,
I'm sorry. I said I'm sorry for the government. Okay.
If you want viral like TikTok.
No. Okay.
Nggak boleh ya Pak, jangan ya. Jangan.
Based on in learning process, okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Sofian and Mr. Rusmi, to say this one, and to my friends, okay, based on the technology, learning process based on the technology, Z generation, I don't think so. Kita bisa maju lebih cepat, okay? We can move so fastly in here. No, in my school, by using it's not mine. It's not really mine, but the government money, okay, yang dialirkan lewat dana BOS, okay. I'll try my best, okay. I'll try my best. I have poor students here, so many poor students here, okay. I'll try my best. I fulfill down the gadget, like I can show you. Wait a minute. Okay, this one. Okay, can you see? I lose my okay. This is a tablet. Okay, I fulfill down this thing.
Okay, you are sharing us nothing because you're using your virtual background.
Yeah, I lose it. I lose it first. Okay, this one. Can you see?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you see?
Okay.
Yeah. So, these things I buy it to fulfill down what my school needs here. To support the learning process, especially for the examination by using technology, and then for every kind of test by using technology. But in fact, it's not balanced. It's not balanced. So this is the main problem. You Mr. Dede, take a suggestion from me. Okay, I have the problem, my own problems. Okay, I have to get some solution from another friends here. Okay, so that's my suggestion, but I have tried my best. Itu tadinya dengan Saraf before pandemic, Mr. Dede, I invite Mr. Yoga from Jakarta to give us the material about the technology, because technology we know sejak itu ya, since COVID-19. Okay, we use the technology in our learning process since COVID-19. Google Classroom, Zoom, okay, Google Meet, and any kinds of applications. We just know at that time. Tapi sebelumnya kan kita masuk kelas, we go to the classroom. We do not have the technology. Teknologi itu baru kita bicara sekarang, right now, okay. But how can we make? Sementara yang saya jelaskan tadi, as I told you, it's not balance. It's not really support us here. I'm so sorry for the government, okay, if watch this video, and for the UMG, I'm so sorry, okay, and Miss Rusmi also. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Just technology, like a simple technology, like PowerPoint, like this, not the innovation that I mean.
Oh my God, I don't know. I cannot say
not
if the
always gadget ya,
PowerPoint
Pak, ya?
is not master. I do not. I do not have a comment.
Okay. Let me give a response for the what is it, for the sharing of Mr. Everett. Yeah. Talking about technology, Mr. Everett, you have to find a broader, comprehensive kind of literacy first. What does it mean by the technology itself? Yeah. When we mention about technology, it is not mainly about the platform, not only about the gadget itself, not only about the product of the technology, yeah, but we can mention something that help us, our creations, yeah. In East Nusa Tenggara, maybe we have some kind of a local wisdom of it, and then we try to use it to help our student mastering something in learning English. So we can call that one also as a simple kind of technology. Okay, that will be the first point. Yeah, and the next one, when you try to be more creative, to be more innovative, and then also seeing something here, it is not only like what everybody says, yeah, but you have to see it in different way. Yeah, what I mean by different way here, when something happened in a certain kind of school, yeah, a problem happened in a certain kind of school, majority of the teacher, for example, gonna propose, okay, this will be the solutions. Majority of the teacher trying to propose the same kind or similar kind of solution, and then you come with a different one. That's an innovative one. That's the creative one. Yeah. For example, here, learning, what is it? Learning not only vocabulary, learning how to make the student here will be available or will be really love to read itself. You try to make a media, yeah, a media that can attract them, that can stimulate them to read. Yeah, you try to mix and then make several kind of picture. Try to put it in your, if you're still using whiteboard or blackboard, you try to put it over there. You can call that a simple kind of technology also. Okay, so we have to, what is it? We have to dismiss this kind of misconception first. Technology, it is not only about the use of internet. It is not only the use of gadgets, devices of it, yeah? But the aim of technology, you have to consider the aim of technology is to make us easier in doing something. And then we can find many kind of alternative based on our creativity. That will be my response for you, Mr. Referee. And then
okay,
yeah.
Let me respond to it.
Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry, sir, and I'm sorry to my friends. Okay, I'm talking too
No,
much
it's okay,
for
it's
some
okay.
days.
It's okay, it's okay.
During this time, I'm sorry.
just-
Maybe next time I'm not gonna
Yeah,
talking again.
So
Okay.
so that I just I
Yeah.
just explain that you're talking about most of the information, not technology.
Okay.
Like information media, like
Well, yes, Mr. Hadi. So, Mr. Sofian, that's my misconception about technology at this time. Okay, so
Not only that.
itu makanya di tabel on the table there. There is a misconception in this classroom. Also, I have a misconception about this one. But technology, I mean, if something like that you say, I have tried. I have shown them something like a simple thing in in what is that? In a classroom at that time when I was in a classroom. Okay, I saw them video like a narrative. Okay, narrative, and also I saw the picture, the simple way to make them understand, and it works. If the technology is like that, I think the simple learning like what I have done is working like that. So I mean, maybe the technology that I say, because I follow up. Okay, I follow up Mr. Dede's
yes
table there. Okay, so I follow up and I give a suggestion, and then I combine with my situation here, the problem there. So my mind is thinking. I'm exploring and everywhere. Yes, that's right. Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
Until I
Saprido.
criticize every
I'm very,
kind of
I'm
person.
very agree with you.
I'm so
I'm
sorry.
very
Okay.
agree with you.
So
So
if the explanation is like that, I have tried, sir.
yeah,
And it works.
okay.
Thank
maybe
you, sir.
I just want to explain about the technology, like the how to use the computer, how to use the like in focus and use the PowerPoint, and then the other like this. But not only about the media information. Okay, I think that's all. Thank you for the response, Mr. Prido, for my
Okay. I guess we are going to limit the response for it, yeah, because we are going to have next, yeah, and then looking forward to check and then also to discuss about Mr. Rapid worksheet, yeah, 1.1. But before we're gonna go with Mr. Rapid, so we are going to have the equal. We are going to ask a female teacher first. Is that okay, Mr. Rapid? Yeah. Okay, come on.
I'm so sorry. That's really okay, sir.
No,
Maybe
okay.
I'm not gonna talking.
No, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay.
Okay, female student, please.
The good reason, the good reason, the good reason.
And then since
the
you
good
are
response.
Mr. Dede, since you are the first Mr. Dede, I want you to please, who will be the next female teacher, please? Come on. Okay, try to have a look at their face. If they're not ready, so you're gonna pick her. Come
Okay.
on. Have a look at their
I will try it. I will try.
Come on.
I'm sorry, my friend. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's not my.
You don't have to say sorry for
No,
it.
no.
Okay, go on.
What about Miss? Because tadi sudah cowok ya, sekarang cewek ya. Biar adil.
Okay, come on.
Okay. What about Miss Indri? Are you ready? I'm sorry.
Okay, Mr. Dede, we are not gonna ask them they're ready or not. You guys already
okay.
submitted your student worksheet, right? So there's no thing that called not ready. Yeah. Okay, come on, Miss Indri. Which one is Miss Indri? Hello.
Me, sir.
Okay, come on, Miss Indri.
Okay, wait. I'm going to share my screen first. Okay, can it be seen? Yes. Okay. Good morning, Mr. Sofian and all my friends. Thank you for the opportunity. I will try to present my worksheet. But I'm sorry. While I watching for Mr. Dede, I noticed that I also have like of something, some things on my worksheet. So I'm sorry if there is any mistakes. So first thing first, let's start from.
Okay, wait a second, Miss Indri Pujilastari. You don't have to say sorry for it. You are not even explaining.
Yeah, because for the second category, for example, like I have to write down the problems for the disability students, and I didn't notice it. I only write that. So I'm sorry.
Good. Come on, proceed.
Okay, so for the first category for pedagogic literacy dan numerasi, the problems that I have identified are the first, students have difficulties in comprehending information in English, and then students cannot count number in English, and
these things happen because the lack of motivation and lack of vocabulary. The first thing is because they don't have any basic knowledge in English at all, because at elementary school they don't learn English at all. Like most of my students, especially because I teach 7th grader, they don't know, like even if I ask them to count, like okay berhitung 1 sampai 10, they don't understand. And if I give them instruction in English, I have to say it in Bahasa Indonesia too, so that they catch my point. If I don't do that, most of them don't understand anything that I say in English. So while I teach them, I have to teach using English, and then after that I explain it again, I re-explain it again in Bahasa Indonesia. That what happened in my classes there at my schools. And because most of the students economic is low, so they don't have any spare money to like go or hire a private English tutor, so they only learn English at school. And that's for the first. And then for the second category, kesulitan belajar siswa berkebutuhan khusus dan masalah pembelajaran berdiferensiasi di kelas. Teachers have difficulties in using many materials or sources of learning based on students' capability, and students' problem in learning is not identified properly. And these things happen because lack of teaching sources of some teachers, and teachers have deadline and limited time to deliver some materials. So the teachers have time, like, okay, for 2 weeks you have to finish these materials. I mean, like the schools have give us like deadline. So in 1 month you have to finish these materials like that. So we have limited time to develop materials and sources based on the students' many capabilities. Like they have different kind of ability, so we have difficulties, and that happens in my school. And also like maybe okay, I will continue then. The third, membangun relasi. Okay, and this is I also only write the problems based on the parents. The first, there are some parents that cannot be contacted at all using phone, so the teachers have to visit their home one by one to know about their condition. Like, for example, I have students that didn't come to school like for weeks and for days, even like a month, and the parents cannot be contacted at all. And then we have to visit their home yang terdaftar di sekolah, and then when we do that, ternyata they have a move to another place, so we have to like ask the neighborhoods and then Pak RT, something like that. That happens at my school. And then the school has given consequences for students that break the rules, but at home their parents do nothing at all. Like ya udah terserah anaknya aja mau ngapain. Even if at school we have do memberikan pemahaman sama anaknya, but at their home the parents don't do anything at all. So jadinya hanya satu arah from the school only. That happens at my school, and that things happen because there are some parents that are afraid of their child and cannot act firmly, even if that particular child have problems at school. For example, that has happened to me because I am a homeroom teacher, and I have a student that don't come at school, and then I call the parents, and then the parents say like, oh Miss, saya nggak tahu nih anak saya nggak mau ke sekolah, saya udah paksa-paksa begini-begini tapi anaknya nggak mau masuk, and that happens several times. Seperti itu. So they like kind of afraid that they cannot do anything to their, even I mean like the school, we have limited space and limited time. We only can like meet them at school. I mean like the children, our students spend most of their time with their parents, right? So I think that the parents should do something if their child have problem at school, especially maybe right now we already learn at school full time, but before, like for online learning, it happens worse. Like we only can communicate them using phone, but the parents like cannot be contacted at all, and the parents tiap pagi I have to call my students to join the Google Meeting and Zoom and like that. And the parents like, oh Miss, emang anak saya belum bangun ya, saya nggak tahu anak saya kemana, seperti itu. Like that happens at my school. And then like sorry, parents and teachers cannot communicate properly like that because I don't know, something happens. And next, pemahaman atau pemanfaatan model-model pembelajaran inovatif. The teacher has not optimized the innovative learning model according to the characteristic of materials, and then lack of that happens because lack of teacher understanding, and then teachers, most of teachers at my school or the schools that I have taught before, don't want to improve themselves. Like it happens like if the headmaster asks them to like, okay, ikut pelatihan ini, pelatihan itu, oh ngapain, saya kan sudah mau pensiun, like that happens. And then, oh yang muda-muda aja yang disuruh. Sometimes that happen for some people, like they don't want to improve themselves, even if they know, even if like we try to, okay, you can use this kind of thing, an application, but they don't want to learn. That happens. And then the fifth, materi terkait literasi, numerasi, advanced material, miskonsepsi, and HOTS. For the literacy and numeracy, students have difficulties in interpreting information in English. Maybe I have mentioned this before. Like for some students, it is even difficult for them to count in English or read simple word, or like maybe even like name. They don't know what is nama in bahasa Inggris, and something that simple they don't know. Most of them. I've told this before that if I talk to them, I have to repeat my words in bahasa Indonesia. And then for HOTS and advanced materials, in my opinions, most students, because like they cannot comprehend information or question if it's written in English, if it's written too complicated for them, so it becomes dilemma for the teacher themselves. I don't know, maybe it's only my opinion. Like it becomes the dilemma for the teachers to composing the materials and question using HOTS or handling the class, because maybe like if we want to give something harder for them, and then but they cannot comprehend it, so we have to lower it to their limit. I don't know, it's only in my opinion. And then the misconception, sometimes for some materials the teacher have misunderstanding, like to differentiate kind of text or pronounce words correctly. That happens. And then even if for me, like somehow before I read materials, and then there are some words that I don't know, I have to look for the dictionary and look, oh, how should I pronounce it correctly so that I can teach my students better. And then the students can understand the instruction for worksheet, even if it's not written in bilingual. So if I give instruction in worksheet for them, I have to double it, like in bahasa English and then in bahasa Indonesia. And these things happens because I've told before, like most of my students they learn English and they can afford private English tutor, and most of teachers still have like understanding in making materials or questions using HOTS, maybe including myself. I still have like something like that, and then the teachers still have problem or have misunderstanding about particular materials. And the next, pemanfaatan teknologi atau inovasi dalam pembelajaran. The first, many teachers still confused in operating online application to support teaching and learning process, like when we have to utamanya when we still have to do online learning before when the corona outbreak happens. Many teachers still confused, like, oh, how should I share my screen? Oh, how to make a Google form, how to make Google site and something like that. The teachers, many teachers still confused, like how can I do this kind of application or any kind of application that can support the learning, like maybe word wall or like quizzes like that. Teachers still confused in operating that kind of application. And then there are teachers who still stick to the old classic ways of teaching using whiteboard and books only, whereas there are many kinds of application that teacher can use to deliver the material so that the students will be more engaged during the lesson. And these things happen because there are some teachers who don't have eagerness in learning to use technology, so they still stick to the old ways. And even if like maybe like young teachers at my school already like tried, okay, sir or miss, this is the way to use this application, but they still like, ya udah kamu aja yang kerjain something. Sometimes that thing happens. And then this happens sarana and prasarana. I know maybe even if I teach in Jakarta, before this is my first time teaching in public school, because the 4 years before I taught in private school, so the sarana and prasarana there is better. So we have limited media and tools in supporting teaching and learning process that happen because the schools still don't have proper tools like the projector or something like that. It's not available in every classroom. So like maybe we try to make PowerPoint or wanna like present video or something like that, games and using word wall, something like that for our students, but there isn't any tools. So we have to stick to, okay, just write down the materials or use like anything that not use the projector. I think that's enough for me. I'm sorry if there is any mistakes or anything. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Miss Indri. Yeah, you were from Jakarta, and then you're mentioning your lack of media. We're facing the difficulties in using a proper media and teaching, blah, 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 blah. It is in Jakarta. Yeah? What about in West Nusa Tenggara? What about in East Nusa Tenggara Forest and blah, blah, blah. Yeah? Okay, thank you very much for sharing. And then now I'd like to give the opportunity to some of you to give the critics, comment, question, or anything for Miss Indri. The first one, it will be Mr. Bisowarno. What? Okay. Mr. Bisowarno, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Sofian, to give me the chance to let my comment. Okay, I would like to comment the problem number 2, the special needs student, Mr. Sofian.
I didn't mention, I didn't write it on my workshop.
Luckily, my school has 2 students of the special needs. Yeah, one of them, he graduated this year, last May. Yeah, I taught him when he was in 10th grade. Yeah, according to her mother, he could understand the explanation from the teacher until 15 times. Yeah, the teacher must explain the material of the subject. Yeah, 15 times explanation. It's very difficult. Then I must have been very patient. Yeah, and then when I give him the material of the English, yeah, I ask him for the first about numbers. He could speak the number, yeah, tell the number just 1 until 20. 21 until the upper, he couldn't. And then about the other objects, yeah, he could understand and memorize book and then window. But if I ask him about cupboard, he couldn't. So when I give him the test, yeah, I asked to my principal about ma'am, how about the test for him? And the principal suggested me, yeah, to give him the material of 4th grade elementary school material of English. So we like Mr. Frido said that it is the government's mistake, yeah, to let the special needs student go to school in public school like this now, because 5 until 10 years ago there were special needs school for the special needs student. Yeah, because we don't have a practical in our lecture when we studied in university to take care of the special needs student. And now I have a student in 12th grade. Yeah, it is a girl. Yeah, she is like autism student. It's very active to share her comment. Yeah, even she asked 1 or 2 teachers to be her friends in Facebook. Wow. Yeah. So we must be very patient. So we must, for example, we must hug him or her. Yeah, this is. And for the material, I give her the material like the last one. For the 10 grade, I gave her the material of 4 grade English in elementary, and then the 11th grade I gave her the 5th grade of elementary, and then the 12th grade I gave her. I'm giving her the 6th grade of elementary. You know, when she was in 10th grade, yeah, she did her homework, yeah, given by the teachers. For example, from me, English, her younger sister did it. She didn't do it. She didn't do it because she couldn't understand. And then the more mistaken, yeah, is was done by her mother, because when the enrollment time, ya, tahun ajaran baru yang waktu si siswa ini masuk, her mother didn't want to acquire that her daughter is autism. Ini kesalahannya. Ibunya tidak mau mengakui kalau anaknya itu autism. Ini, ya. So we must be very careful and we must be very patient to take care of the student, something like that. And you know, there is one in not only one, not only my school. There is the special school, public school in 66 Senior High School in Pondok Labu. There are 10 special needs student. Wow. So the teachers there must be 1000% sensitive and patient. Yeah, this is about my experience to take care of the special needs student, Mr. Sofian and Mrs. Indah. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. That was an amazing kind of caring, yeah? Taking care of the special needs students. Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. B. Yeah, I'm gonna call you Mr. B. Yeah? That should be okay, yeah? Because it is visual. Okay, thank you, Mr. B. And then next one, we're gonna have Mr. Husaini. Mr. Husaini is raising his hand. Come on, Mr. Husaini.
Still mute, sir.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Wow.
Thank you, sir, for the chance that given to me. I just want to give comment to what Miss Indri for the second students' difficulties. I don't think that all teachers have difficulties in using many materials. Maybe some of them, especially for senior teachers, maybe. Not the young teachers. Maybe they have ITs, technologies, master, yeah. And this is based on in my school, students' difficulties is very bad, maybe, yeah. Maybe worse, not bad only, but maybe worse, because the students come from village. They come from poor families, maybe. So they have many problems, yeah, around there. So when they come to school, I don't think that they have master in English. That's why I said to Miss Rusmi yesterday that my students cannot do nothing, yeah, can do nothing, yeah. Whenever I say something in English, they got dizzy, as if when they have in junior high school, they don't have any vocabularies at all. So this is I have tried whenever I came into the first meeting of the class. I tried to find some way how to make them make the students master the vocabularies. Sometimes I bring the students go out, yeah, and then I try to recognize them with the vocabularies whenever we walk. So we just mentioned this is, and they write down the vocabularies. That's the way. Maybe sometimes I use YouTube to convey how to pronounce the English well based on the native speaker. So this is also motivates them to understand how the English. Okay, thanks. That's all, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Husaini, for the sharing. Anyone else would like to share their opinion? Okay, Mr. Pius, finally, we're gonna hear some of your words. Please, Mr. Pius, come on.
Okay, thank you very much for that chance given, sir. For the sake of this kind of activity, PPG Daljab 2022, I have to force myself, I have to force my mind to explore out of what I have studied about. The second one is the part that I have been facing on are, the first one is the basic lesson, the basic materials of studying English are the same from the first until now. And the second, the ways of teaching, the method of teaching English always change based on the curriculum at the moment. The question is, what are the impacts to the students when we always change the method of teaching English in the class, while the basic materials, the basic lessons are the same. The materials in the books are the same. The problem is the ways of teaching, the ways of delivering English to students always change. But I want to talk honestly in this moment. I want to compare the feedback of teaching English to students. I can list down from the first, next, and the last. The first one, I want to say that inviting the native speaker to school is the most impact to students to study English. And this will make them more encouraged to study English. This is number one. Number two, changing all the works that we gave to them in front of the class. And the third, grouping them to discuss about the materials that, and the last one is presenting or letting them to watch the videos, inspirational videos from the YouTube, and that is conducted by the teacher. I want to speak honestly that is, if I want to list down the feedback from.
Is this only me that can hear Mr. Pius' voice really well? Hello? Or is it the same?
I hear clearly, sir. I hear clearly.
Yes, me too.
Okay, Mr. Pius.
Okay.
Can you make it louder, please? Because it seems like you talk a little bit slower.
Okay. At the last, this is just a hope. I hope that from this or by joining this activity, I will get a new way of teaching English to make my students more encouraged in studying English. Okay, that's my response here. Yes, Indri, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Pius. Anyone else would like to give a comment, critique, suggestion, opinion, or anything, please? Based on Miss Inri's worksheet? Come on. Anyone? Hello? Okay, Mr. Everett, please.
If there is no one, I will try to speak again. Okay, Miss Indri, I'm not gonna saying about anything right now, okay? But I just want to give a comment for number 2 here, still number 2. Teachers have difficulties in using many materials or source of learning based on students' capability. Okay, I just want to ask you for first time before I explore my idea to this. How many sources that you write down here? I see the word of many, okay, many sources of learning based on the student's capability here. So I didn't get point here. I mean, in lesson plan, okay, we have, if I'm not mistaken or forget, we just write down some source in lesson plan, okay? There are not really many, but can you make a can you specify this thing in your school? What difficulties or what many materials or source, how many materials that you use in your classroom in teaching English here? So I didn't get the point of this. I'm sorry to say this. Come on.
Okay. Never mind. Thank you, sir. What I mean in here is that happens in my school. Like, for English teacher, because at my school there are many senior English teachers, so they have like difficulties in using application, like maybe like Wordwall, like worksheet, quizzes, Kahoot, and something like that. That's what I mean by sources, learning sources, because they like tends to only focus on using books and the whiteboard, and like they don't use like any application that can engage the students, or like they don't use like games or something like that that can engage the student. That's what I mean by learning sources. Like maybe they only like use PPT, PowerPoint, or don't use, even like they don't use PPT at all. Like they just write down on whiteboard. That happens at my school. That's what I mean by they have difficulties in using many sources. The sources that I mean like that. I'm sorry.
Okay, so do I still have time? Okay, yeah. Well, Miss Inri, what about if I said like this one about the sources of in learning English here? Like what I have done, maybe you heard that I told you last time, 5 or 6 or 7 years ago, I forget that, I have tried, asked a tourist who passed by my school, and I asked him to go to enter the classroom. Is that a source, really? Anyone can answer if I'm wrong, I have done like this something like this technique in teaching. Forgive me. Okay. So what about this? You said that the sources that you are used is dominant on the technology that you are using.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So what about if I say it like that? What I have experienced.
Yes, sir. Hello.
Yeah. Okay. I've tried, okay, to ask someone exactly he is a tourist to come into the classroom to show the English this is English, this is real English from the native speaker, okay, the native speaker, the way of speaking on the style of English is like this, okay, and is it a source, really a source, or one of source? For you, Miss Indri, can you use this as a source in teaching English? Because
I'm sorry. So before when you talk about that you invite a tourist to your school, I also I'm going to talk this to my school. I mean like that's interesting before. Because on my previous school, because I taught in private school before, and there are native English teacher there, so yeah, the students have experience in learning the real English from the native. But since it's the public school, I don't know whether like they can do that or not. Like they have the money to that or not. But I'm very agree with your idea. Like, I will try maybe later when later I will try to ask for my headmaster, like maybe we can invite the native speaker. That's very before when you not on commenting my post, but you have mentioned that before, and I could already, oh, maybe I should ask this to my headmaster. Thank you, Mr.
Yes, I said this because we have a different place. My place is nice to be visited by the tourists. I have a lot of tourists around here. Okay, Labuan Bajo, Komodo, Padar, and so on. Kelimutu. Okay, I have a nice place to be visited by the tourists. So this one I mix. Okay, in teaching learning English. For me, English here, how the students can communicate. Understand each other. That's for me. Okay. So that's it. I just want to suggest and criticize. I'm sorry before.
No,
Okay.
no, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Bradford. Yeah, that was the suggestion for Miss Indri. Maybe one time you're gonna bring your previous native speaker teacher from your private school, yeah, and then try to invite or her to your school, yeah. And then you gotta notice this one also, Mr. Bradford, and then all of you guys, when you try to invite the native speaker, make sure here the native speaker, they have the ability in sharing, not some random tourists. Okay, that should be your focus. Okay, not some random tourists, because based on my experience while talking with all my fellow associates, yeah, from Australia or from UK, from US, there are many complaints. They're complaining, sir, when some of my friends visiting any province in Indonesia, it seems like they love to take a picture with us. They love to talk with us. Yeah, our intentions to go all around the province in Indonesia here to having fun, not to come to get a picture with the local and then blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Okay, that's why before you're going to invite some tourists, some native speaker, you have to make sure they have some kind of ability first in sharing, yeah, and then they have their previous experience in talking with some student in Indonesia. That will be better. Okay, guys, and that was a good kind of suggestion, I guess, from Mr. Radford. Thank you very much. And before I'm going to give the feedback for this worksheet, I'm going to ask Miss Rusmi first. Miss Rusmi, do you have any suggestion, question, feedback for this worksheet, please, Miss Rusmi?
Ya, oke, terima kasih Pak. Thank you very much. For this expression, maybe we will say about another experience from Miss Indri, ya. Yes. From Miss Indri, and tadi yang pertama Pak Deden, ya, dari Pak Deden. Ya Bapak Ibu, halo.
Yes.
Yeah. Like me, this is about point 2 ya. Untuk Bu Indri, Jakartanya mana Bu?
Jakarta Barat.
Oh, Jakarta Barat.
Jakarta.
Yeah. When I reach about this point 2, this is about teacher have difficulties in using many material source. We have about MKMP ya Bapak Ibu ya. Sebenarnya ada, setiap kecamatan ada MKMP. We can sharing another materials and then maybe source. So after that, if we will about capability, itu depend on the teacher ya Bapak Ibu ya. Ini untuk based on student capability, mungkin nanti kita serahkan kepada Bapak Ibu guru yang mengajar. But difficulties in using many material, source-nya sudah dijelaskan ya Bapak Ibu tadi ya. Has about from Pak Frido ya. Pak Frido has about give suggestion about how about this material or source from YouTube maybe, or maybe from social media. Another, and then for another problem, if we will talk about problem, there are many problem like Mr. Kusna ini ya. Mr. Kusna ini say I think that our teacher have a problem. Itu ya Bapak Ibu ya. So if we will have about this material like PowerPoint, yeah, we will share to other teacher. When I talk about, I say here that we must be a good defining our time to rest for a while. And when we have prepared materials such as video, PowerPoint, maybe games, there are student worksheet and supporting tools, maybe ya Bapak Ibu ya, like InFocus. And today in Jakarta is so very many about focus from dinas ya, from dinas pendidikan. We have about many have in focus to share from another school ya. And I have a new focus maybe about five in focus. This is for we have about need for curriculum merdeka. And then from Mr. atau Pak Fridolinus tadi, I will guess about as a teacher not only teach but also educate ya Pak. As also educate, guide a student and understand about situation of our student. And then about this situation of pandemic COVID, that is about very different. Dan kita sudah menggunakan kurikulum yang disederhanakan ya Bapak Ibu dengan menggunakan kurikulum Balitbank. Itu penyederhanaannya. I will say about the guidance and understanding the situation is very crucial ya Bapak Ibu. That's so very crucial. So when we ask about prepared about material, that is very easy, or that is help me as a teacher to give a material or to teach in class. For example, like now when I join us in this video conference like this, I give my student about LKPD ya Bapak Ibu ya. And then from another school maybe so we have identified about the characteristic of student character ya Bu. Jadi nanti kita cek dulu what is student characteristic of student, maybe we will about collaborate learning design with another teacher, all English teacher ya Bapak Ibu ya. Bu Indri ada MGMP sekolah? Sintet MGMP sekolah?
Ya ada Bu, there is.
Ada ya. Diberdayakan ya Bapak Ibu ya, diberdayakan ya Bu Indri ya. Mungkin untuk Bapak Ibu semua, because this is make me easier to teach in class. Not this is about one solution, not only one solution, but this is help me or help us as a teachers. Betul ya Bapak Ibu ya, because I think if we have about lesson plan, we find about a lesson plan. Student must do anything, but if not specific, yeah, if not specific, there is not special, or maybe we ask student not in a specific interaction ya Bapak Ibu ya, harus disederhanakan nanti di specific interaction-nya. So teacher will appear in the selection appropriate approaches. Ya pendekatannya itu sudah jelas nanti Bapak Ibu akan melaksanakan apa. Jadi kalau tadi menyampaikan beberapa masalah identifikasi memang tidak mudah ya Bapak itu, yang this is a big tadi disebutkan homework, a big homework for our teacher. Semuanya guru. As I hearing about Miss Indri, maybe all teachers say I will retire 2 years ago. That is same, yeah.
I'm
That's
sorry
same.
because that has happened to me personally. That happened.
Yeah. I know that is common, yeah. That is commonly. But in my school or another school, that is same, because I think make they lazy to prepare about their material. They not lazy, but they about confused about this apa yang disebut sekarang dengan teknologi ya, teknologi. Like this about when I share about home learning or PJJ ya Bapak Ibu ya, this is about quizzes, and they about quizzes is very confused of them. But according to me, that is very easy. But any other my friend older than me, ya itu juga may confused, so I give there, I share about this material. Jadi Bapak Ibu yang mungkin masih muda, saya yakin ya, you are the younger, ya, the younger than me, you get about get operated about this technology very well, yeah, and please share to your senior, yeah, share about your senior, because this is not my mistake about this, ya. Produknya memang beda ya Bapak Ibu ya, this product. Jadi waktu kami dulu kuliah kan tidak seperti Bapak Ibu yang sekarang sudah tersedia semuanya ya, sudah tersedia semuanya. Kalau Pak Filius mengatakan ini government-nya tidak fair gitu ya. Ya, I agree with you, Mr. Fridolinus. I agree with you. Cause in Jakarta, not special, but another school in Jakarta, there are about no gadget. Yeah, okay. Any other? My student, there are no gadget to study at home or PJJ. They don't have gadget, so they have pair with their parents. Mereka berdua dengan orang tuanya gantian, gitu ya. Ada. Jadi kalau mungkin I will say about SMP Negeri 1 Cikini or Smabel, it's okay. They all about prepared from maybe from BOTK, from government. They prepared about some kinds of element for maybe info course, etc. They prepared it. But another school also ways about where we fight about two approach about model learning. So we don't have about maybe in focus, we don't have so gadget, ya, gadget like maybe wifi, ya, yang paling jelas itu adalah wifi sekolah. I'm so sorry, sekarang ini wifi saya juga unstable terus ya Bapak Ibu. Akhirnya saya membeli kuota juga. I buy about my kuota supaya pengalaman hari pertama ya Bapak Ibu ya. I'm so sorry ya. Wifi-nya tidak stabil ya Bapak Ibu, unstable, so I use about ini. So the solution of teach in the classroom, I will ask one more. This is about our priority as a teacher. Ya Bapak Ibu ya, our priority as a teacher. Please make solution. Please find about many others about maybe you will get another material or something. You will ask. I brought with. I say one more. I brought Mr. Frido. Tadi mendatangkan teman atau mendatangkan apa ya Pak? Saya kurang jelas tadi.
Itu
tutor.
Tamu saja yang lewat begitu saja.
Oh, tamu yang
lewat.
Okay.
So I ask him to come into school and come into my classroom.
Oh iya.
Itu secara suddenly saja Ibu, secara tiba-tiba. Ya. Kebetulan lewat ya, sudah pas lagi les. I ask him, ya itu dalam kaitan metode apa kayak gitu ke modelnya.
Iya betul. Ya Pak, karena memang termasuk saya juga baru ya Pak.
Suaranya di mute Bu.
Sehingga kalau sehingga kalau kita tidak mempersiapkan diri ya sudah kelasnya pasti boring ya. Betul ya Bapak Ibu, kelas kita boring terus mencari alternatif lain atau we have about solution the problem like Pak Frido is that is about I think that is very interesting up to me ya. When I ask my student to get about native speaker, I ask them, okay, student, please, maybe you will make about conversation or dialogue with native speaker. Please go to another tourist, ya, like Monas, ya. Kalau di Jakarta kan banyak ya Bapak Ibu ya. In Jakarta, maybe go to Monas, Kota Tua, etc. Try to it and then make video. Yeah, I have 36 students, but only 5 students. Only 5 students do this activity. Jadi memang Bapak Ibu, we have about everything what we will do at the class, but we choose this one, which one special or this one about collaborate with another teacher. Itu sangat penting ya Bapak Ibu, collaborate. Kemudian please sharing the material to others. Itu yang saya garis bawahi Bapak Ibu. Sharing another material, sharing about knowledge ya Bapak Ibu ya. Yang pertama itu knowledge. Miss Indri, how old are you? I think you are 25 years old.
So, ma'am, I'm 29.
Oh, 29. Yeah, I know. I'm so sorry. Ya, berarti Ibu masih lama ya, masih lama. When I'm only 7 years old again, 7 years old, 7 years left ya, I will retire. But when I say about, I will to know about something, ya, I will to know about something. Saya tidak patah semangat, saya selalu berusaha Bapak Ibu ya, mencoba gitu. But another friend, they say about, I don't know what happened. Ya, dengan kurikulum yang berubah, memang saya sangat paham Bapak Ibu. That is not easy to teacher to guide them about our student to make their easy to know about our material, what they will about to explaining ya Bapak Ibu ya, menjelaskan kepada mereka biar gampang itu ada. Gampang merencanakan ya Bapak Ibu ya. To make planning, waktu menulis lesson plan, that is very easy. My student will appear. My student will ask about something or maybe about describe something in front of the class. But what happened with our student? They shy to speak English. Yeah, they low in vocabulary and about. Kalau saya belum sampai ke pronunciation-nya Bapak Ibu, anak sudah berbicara maju saja sudah sangat senang saya. Ya, yang penting they don't shy to speak English. Ya, Bapak Ibu ya. They will try to speak English, shy and then spelling. Kalau spellingnya seperti kemarin saya katakan, try again and try again. Ya, jangan langsung kita kasih kemudian if we have problem, sudah problemnya ini anak malu ya. Problem kita adalah student say to speak English, tapi tiba-tiba kita masuk terus speak English. Problem nggak Bapak Ibu? That is a big problem. Susah sekali Bapak Ibu. Sehingga sebelum that, please keep about another game like this morning ya, another game. This game is very interesting. Jadi anak itu akan they open their mind about and they love about this material on this about lesson. If they don't like about this lesson, that is very difficult to give about approach to them. And then Bapak Ibu, I think about this material, Bapak Ibu bisa membuat dengan ada sebutan, kalau saya mengatakan for this reason educator must pay close attention to the sentence of solution. Ya Bapak Ibu ya. Jadi kalau kita sebagai edukator saja sudah menyerah ya, pasti kita tidak bisa ya Bapak Ibu ya, dengan slogan mencerdaskan kehidupan bangsa itu akan sulit seperti itu. For literasi and numerasi ya Bapak Ibu ya, they are very important to prioritize in the independent of curriculum. Terutama di ANBK nanti ya Bapak Ibu, anak kita juga sudah terlaksana. Jadi mau tidak mau ya, don't be lazy to be a teacher. Just to make every day make solution, thinking about what a big solution. What is solution? What is to make easy to explaining in the classroom? Itu Bapak Ibu yang saya selalu pikirkan. Mencari tema ya, kalau sekarang kan kelas 7 tema ya Bapak Ibu ya. Kita bukan seperti lagi kita sudah kecapean pembelajaran. Jadi diutamakan sebelum membuat RPP, we see about CP atau capaian pembelajaran. That is different about kurikulum 13. Kurikulum 13 kompetensi dasar dan kemudian ada scientific ya Bapak Ibu ya, pendekatannya scientific seperti itu. That is different. So one step by step, let we make about a solution from our about priority of our job. Maybe ya Bapak Ibu ya. This is not easy to make a student from hero to zero. Not easy. That is not easy. When I say about my experience at Biak Nunfor Papua, that is about very interesting for me, but for another teacher maybe that is bad for there. Itu saja ya Bapak Ibu ya. Mari kita sama-sama kita cerdaskan anak kita, putra-putri kita. Kurikulum mau berubah silakan ya, kita jangan berubah. Ya, on our mind don't be changed about this. Kalau itu sih sudah biasa ya Bapak Ibu, saya nggak perlu bicara di sini. Bapak Ibu bisa sudah tahu sendiri nanti kalau I will tell here that is not good to our apa namanya ini to our job or to our opportunity. Ya, demikian ya Bapak Ibu yang bisa saya sampaikan. Mudah-mudahan untuk pendidikan kita ini dalam hal literasi dan numerasi yang disebut dengan bahasanya itu that is very important and prioritize ya, prioritas utama ya Bapak Ibu ya. Itu bisa kita laksanakan. Let we step by step to know about this literasi and numerasi. Thank you Bapak Ibu, Pak Sofian. Lebih kurangnya mohon maaf. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rusmi, for giving the feedback for Ms. Indri's worksheet. Yeah, so it will be my turn, Ms. Indri. Is that okay?
Yes.
And we're going to have one more student to present his worksheet at this one. So I'm gonna make it quick, yeah, Ms. Indri. From your worksheet here, we can see all from the first types of the problem, and then the problem that you identified, and then how did you analyze the problem. I guess from point number.
Mana? Ini. Si siapa sih lupa namanya?
Okay. Okay, I'm going to continue. Okay, so from all the three term here, starting with the type of the problem, and then the problem that you already identified, and then last one, how did you analyze the problem identifications? Yeah, point number one, that's okay, guys. Second one, that's okay. And then, no, wait a second. Still number one, please. Number one. Okay, all starting with number one, second, third till the last one. Here, when you try to analyze all of the problem, you haven't put any kind of impact of it. Yeah, that's how that we analyze the problem identifications. What is it, the impact of the student difficulties in comprehending the English lesson and blah, 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 blah. And then it will be the same also. What will be the impact? Yeah. If the teachers have difficulties in using many material or many resources of it, you're going to mention the impact of it. Yeah, and then it is the same also with point number 3, year 4 till the last one. Okay, Ms. Henry, that will be my feedback. And then I have one question for you from all of the types of the problem that you've already collected here, and then from all of the problem identifications, and then how did you analyze the problem identifications? My questions, do you have already chose here how many problems that gonna be your focus, yeah, for the second subject, and then also for your teaching practice for the last subject of PPG Daljab? That will be something that you guys have to consider while making all the lists of the problem, all the lists of problem identification, and then also all the lists of analyzing the problem identification. You have to think, what is it? You focus from all the problem, you're going to focus on several things, and then you're going to find the solution, alternative solution of it, and then that you're going to implement all the problems, alternative solution on your guys' teaching practice. Okay, can you answer that one, please, Miss Indri? So what is it? Something that you think? Okay, I'm gonna.
Okay, the thing that I don't know, maybe I think I will focus on the lack of vocabulary. That's only coming to mind. I still need more time to consider it. Like maybe I will focus on the lack of vocabulary so that I will like create the gerakan belajar vocabulary at my school, maybe using like board game or like the application like Wordle or Physics or F4 like that. That's only the come on my mind, but I don't know, maybe it will change later when I consider it. That's my answer.
Okay, thank you very much, Miss Henry. Because after this one, after the 3 days of problem identifications, you guys gonna go with exploring the problem. You already have a list of problems identification, and the next, on the 4th and then 5th day, you are going to have the exploring step. You're going to explore your guys' problem. Okay, is that clear enough, guys?
Yes.
Okay, and now let's give a round of applause for Miss Indri Puji Lestari, everyone, for sharing her worksheet. Yeah, thank you very much. And then you may stop sharing the screen.
Yeah.
And we are going to have one more students. Is that okay? One more, or are we gonna skip Mr. Everett? Come on. Come on, it's your turn, Mr. Everett, to share your worksheet, please. Time is yours, and then kindly make it quick, yeah, because we are going to have till, I guess, till 11:30. That should be okay. Yeah.
Okay, I will make it quick. Is it my turn, sir?
Yeah.
Okay.
Come on. It's
Yeah.
your
Okay,
turn.
I will make it quick. Wait a minute.
Okay, while waiting for Mr. Everett, I do expect every single student here gonna participate in giving command, in giving suggestion, yeah, in giving opinion. I have no idea what happened today with Miss Pepi Anggraini, Miss Novia, Miss Navitupulu, and then the rest of you guys. It seems like, okay, it is the 3rd day. I'm bored, and then there's nothing that I can convey to my fellow students. Yeah, that should be. I'm expecting more interaction from the rest of you, especially the female one. Yeah, the female student. Why? Look at how many male participants that we got here. So you are the majority. Just show us the power of majority. Yeah, the female student, the female participant here, you are from the majority. So act like you are a majority. Yeah. Why all the time here we got a male student giving feedback, giving suggestion, giving critique, and blah 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 blah. Okay, I'm expecting more from Miss Nur Maslihah, maybe Miss and then the rest of female students. Yeah. After this one, I'm gonna give a focus in giving the feedback, question, critic, or opinion. It is for the female students only. Is that okay, Mr. Ranga?
Yes, sir. That's great.
Okay, after this one, I'm gonna give an opportunity, a chance for the female student only to give the feedback for Mr. Everett worksheet. Come on, Mr. Everett, you may start giving the explanation, please.
I'm sorry, my Zoom is having an error. Okay. Hello. Yeah. Okay. So it seems my device is error. It's still processing here.
Yeah, it is the same. It is still processing also here, Mr.
Okay. My device. Okay, my device is having a trouble.
This is about technology.
Or Mr. Ranga, what device did you use? It is a smartphone, or are you using computer or a laptop?
I'm using a laptop, but the network is unstable, sir. So many times I got out and I got in again. I got out and I got in again.
Okay, anyone would like
God.
to help Mr. Everett, please, to do a share screen?
Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry, sir. My Zoom application here is not doing. Maybe I have to lose my background first.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So here it is. Wait a minute, sir.
Yeah. And then we got no words at all from Mr. Sahid today. Okay, I'm gonna take that as a note. No word at all from Mr. Hafiz today also. Come on, Mr. Everett.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Still doing it.
While waiting.
Okay. Yeah. So here we go. I'm sorry. I've written down. To English here. So
can see yet.
Point 1 here. My Zoom is stuck again.
You can see that.
Okay.
Mr.
So
yeah. Maybe you can send your file to one of your friends so they can help you to do a share screen, please. Anyone can help him to do a share screen?
Yes.
Using a laptop?
Every time I want to share it, it's stuck and out by itself.
Okay, maybe you can share your file to Miss Nur Masliha. Can you help him, Miss Nur Masliha?
Of course, sir.
Yeah, send your PDF file to Miss Nur, and then that one, Mr. is gonna share the screen.
Maybe you can send the direct message to me from the Zoom.
Yep, you can send.
Okay, wait. Using WhatsApp?
Yeah.
WhatsApp, it's okay. Zoom, okay.
That's okay. Okay, we're waiting for the preparations. Okay, if we try to check all of the participants, all of the attendants, I guess we missed several kind of students, I guess, some kind of students, yeah? Miss Sri Rejeki, no words at all from her. Anyone know her news? Miss Sri Rejeki, if I'm not mistaken. She's joining this class, right? And then Miss Novalina. Miss Novalina, are you there? Miss Novalina? Novalia. Miss Novalia. Okay. The total amount of the participants for English department consists of 35 students. And then if we try to count all the participants here, we got Miss Rusmi, me, and then also Bang Rangga as our admin. Here the total only 31 students joining. So I really need your help, Mr. Rangga, to try to ask the rest 4 students why they're not attending our session. Yeah, Miss Sri, one student I guess that I still remember that not attending our session. Okay, Mr. Rangga?
Okay, sir.
Okay.
There are only one student. Yeah. Only one student report to me that she has to go to the clinic to medical checkup. Only one student, Miss Lina. The other one, the other student didn't report to me. Sir.
Okay, that's okay.
Okay, I've seen it. Can anyone help me, please?
Mr. Masya,
on the chat, please help me. Or receive Mr. Rangga, please.
Okay. Just a moment. I'm downloading. I'm downloading.
And then I'm kind of curious here. No word at all from Miss Mailiza Ratiko. Yeah. No word at all from Miss Rosnawati. Yeah. No word at all from Miss Nurul Rapikah Dewi. We got Rapiko, we got Rapikah Dewi. Yeah. No word at all from Miss Dasmi today. Miss Sri Susiani also. I'm expecting your guys' interaction. Yeah. Miss Nur, come on, you may start sharing the screen, please.
Yes, wait a minute, sir. Filenya.
I've sent it, Miss Nur.
Okay. Yes, I have already found it.
Akhirnya bukan adik aja yang bahasa Indonesia.
Oke, sudah.
Laporan 1, 2, 3, 4 sekelas semuanya suruh ke sini. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay. I cannot see anything here.
Kelihatan nggak, Prof? Udah saya share screen, Prof.
Kelihatan. Ada di saya kelihatan.
Oh ya, kalau begitu saya coba keluar lagi dulu ya. Aduh, saya punya Zoom ini kurang beres kayaknya. Baru saya rejoin lagi. Wait.
All good, all good.
It's technician mistake error.
Yeah, all good.
Yeah. Okay, I'm back. I will make it, or I will speak in English, but my presentation here. And starting from the first one, from the pedagogy, literacy, and numeracy, my problem identification here, there are still, students, maybe many students around my school here, lack of understanding in learning. So the analysis of identification here of the problem, the reading, reading comprehension, and to find out the source, the source that is already exists from anywhere, from the YouTube or anywhere that they can find. They do not find it every time I ask them to find out or to explore the material like narrative or a procedure. Okay, so they have they do not find it. Go next to the number 2. Okay, lack of creativity and innovative of the students in learning process to find out the new things. Okay, so maybe this one, the motivation of the students here is really low. Okay, it's low, so they do not have a focus or something like that, or the motivation in learning, especially for English. Yeah, so they always say it from me when I ask, is it hard for you to study English? They always say, yes, sir, it is hard. So this kind of my reflection to find out what is the hard thing, hard point. They answer like the vocabulary we don't understand, we don't know how to start to speak, and so on. It's complex. And next, I'm sorry, go to the next, number 2, kesulitan belajar siswa termasuk siswa berkebutuhan khusus dan masalah, and so on. You can read by yourself. Actually, I do not have a special needed student in my school, so I just teach a normal student, I'm sorry. And the first one from the identification of the problem here, the students, there are still many students, I mean, in the classroom has difficult in using English as a communication tool, okay, tool of communication here. So the analysis here, they they have poor vocabularies. Maybe for the simple words, they can, yeah, like open the door. When I instruct open the door, turn on the light, or take some books from the library or something like that, they can understand. But when I try to explain the material by using my own language in English, sometimes in Indonesian, when I ask them, do you get my point? Some of them, they said, yes, sir, I understand. But some of them just quiet, do not give a comment. And in the classroom, you know that we just go like a river flows. The teacher designer is a designer. He can manage. I mean, I manage all. All the process. So it's not happening the student center. It's not happening in my classroom. Okay. Next, number two. Wait a minute. Okay. The students did not competent to put the correct word or the preposition. Yeah, preposition ini yang menjadi kendala sekali ya. The preposition in the sentence. They do not know how to use of. They do not know how to use by and so on. Any kind of preposition. So when I ask them, okay, make a sentence by using your own sentence, the situation around you. Wow, when I check it, it's funny. Funny, and also, I don't know, it's really furious, okay? Really furious. And next, there are still, number three, from this number one, there are still many students in my classroom, because I teach some classes here. They do not confidence to speak. I don't know, yeah, why. To say good morning to the English teacher, they seems like they are shy. Okay, hanya untuk menyebutkan good morning or ya, hanya untuk menanyakan hal-hal sederhana. They do not have confidence. Jadi tidak ada rasa confidence, ya, self confidence. Yeah. And I'll go to number two. There are many pupils or students here hard to get a good score of English. Yeah. And the analysis here, number one, they just depend on the teacher and the books as the main sources in learning process. Just that. Their phone or their tools, they just used to share anything that they feel, but not in English. Hanya untuk membagikan hal-hal yang memang dikeluh kesahkan, menceritakan apa begitu, kebanyakan in media sosial. I don't know why. Okay, maybe this kind of reflection for me. Next, number two, the students do not want to know the other sources from YouTube. I've already told them, find any other sources. I'm not the main sources for you to learn English, but they do not find it. They do not find it in their house or when they have spare time. So that's the problem. Next, number three, dalam membangun relasi hubungan dengan siswa dan orang tua siswa, point number one, I try to give from the identification of the problem here, I try to give a motivate or inspire to the students in learning process, especially for English here. When they have a problem in learning process, maybe in analysis, I go to the analysis here. There are students who have who do not have awareness, it's important to learn English. Jadi mereka belum menyadari bahwa pentingnya bahasa Inggris bagaimana. And I always told them, experience using English is for this, for your life, for your life. And we can live, we can live, okay? We can have a life, we can live by using English. Orang menghasilkan banyak uang dari bahasa Inggris. For a while they understood, they are motivated. But next, there is no follow-up. Tidak ada tindak lanjut. Next, number 2, there are still many students that, lack of attention from their parents because they are busy, or maybe the problem of their in their home. Ada yang broken home, banyak yang begitu di sekolah saya. Broken home of their parents, so yang memperhatikan mereka itu kadang their brother, their sister maybe, so their parents itu larinya arahnya ke tidak tahu. Kita mau hubungi juga, it's hard. Okay, next, number 4. I'm sorry, number 4. Okay, number 2. Masih di sini. I'm sorry. Okay. In this case, I try to make communication with their parents to overcome the internal problems of the students, of the children here, by using in analysis and identification here, invite or make a call or send a message by using WhatsApp application, WhatsApp here, to overcome this problem. But here, number 2, there are still some parents here. They still, they are busy dengan jawabannya ya Pak, maaf saya sibuk dengan urusan kerja, working, and so on. Okay, next, number 4. Dalam pemahaman pemanfaatan model-model pembelajaran inovatif berdasarkan karakter dan seterusnya. Okay, lack of the understanding of the teachers here in using innovative learning based on the characteristic of the material and also from the student itself. That, as I told you, my experience when I was in the classroom, I don't know another subjects there of the teacher. I just teach based on the situation. Tapi tetap saya juga mengacu pada kurikulumnya. Tapi lebih banyaknya, moreover, I teach them based on the situation. Jadi kadang kalau kurikulumnya berbicara tentang naratif, I go back to the number, okay? I go back to the how to build a sentence. So di sini tidak ada kurikulum yang mau dicapai ini. The curriculum, I do not get the point. Kita dipaksa untuk mengejar kurikulum, sementara proses di dalam kelas slide test, okay? So this kind of something like a hard problem, a hard situation. Maybe if the government itself, I go back to the government, to come directly to my school or to your school, sir and miss, pasti mereka akan kaget, oh begini ternyata yang terjadi di sekolah. Kurikulum boleh kita gonta-ganti dan sebagainya. We are talking about narrative, but we go back 1, 2, 3, 4, A, B, C, D. Okay, it's for me for senior high school. Saya tidak bisa bayangkan. Okay, Bapak Ibu bisa bayangkan sendiri juga bagaimana. Okay, next, number 5, HOTS, enumeration, advanced material misconception. Okay, in my school we don't understand yet about HOTS, so we still use LOTS because the condition and the situation of the students here. So untuk menerapkan HOTS, untuk latih berpikir kritis, to think about the criticize of the students here, agak sulit. Karena untuk membentuk mereka. Jadi the generation Z generation here itu saya tidak tahu pengaruhnya apa sih yang sebenarnya. The actual. We try to find the problem. Lalu kita minta, apakah kita harus menunggu sampai student center, we wait in the classroom until 30 or 45 minutes hanya untuk menanggung jawaban criticize itu bagaimana memecahkan sebuah masalah sementara mereka masih diam. Okay, they are quiet here. So I don't think so. To apply HOTS in my school, it's working. But let me try later. Okay, I need suggestion next. Okay, and next pemanfaatan teknologi inovasi dalam pembelajaran dan seterusnya. From the identification of the problem, there are some teachers, same like the previous teachers who presented this one, like Miss Indri and Miss Dede. There are some teachers who do not maximal in using the technology or innovation in learning process. Yeah, and the analysis here, the teachers also still use a book or paper in giving the material. And there are still some teachers also, do not master yet how to use technology in using technology in in a classroom. Maybe Mr. Sofian said that technology is not only that, but why we start it by using the simple one. Tapi saya sudah terlanjur tulis ya Pak ya, I'm so sorry. Okay, next there are, go back to the students also, still cannot use technology or innovation, how to find out the problem and how to solve it by themselves. Itu masih kita harus bimbing terus. Jadi student centernya tidak ini ya. Okay, so here is there are some students cannot do not master in technology using, walaupun mereka hanya bisa mengandalkan HP, but in using application software in laptop or computer, they do not really know about that. Untuk pegang mouse saja mungkin mereka pasti pakai hang up like this one. They do not know how to use them. Okay, and then the students, can you go down, sir? Okay, just depend on the handphone as I told you. So that's the simple description. Sebenarnya masih banyak. I think because the time is limited, I need suggestion from Mr. Sofian and my classmates here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Everett.